Hey, Eliana. I just wanted to let you know. I took down the baby pictures on Instagram. I wasn't thinking straight. You have to understand, and I'm not trying to be mean when I say this. What happened was that was during that Daywave radio when they were attacking me and saying that you stated that you did not have a child and that we only spoke two times on Facebook. Okay? That really offended me because you know otherwise. And I will leave our conversations up unless you tell me to take them down. I have to have something showing that I'm not lying. I don't know what to tell you anymore. Unfortunately, people don't seem to understand this. I did not get my money back for my plane ticket. Okay? I didn't get the money back. I have a credit that I can use exactly for another trip that is exactly like the trip I had planned to Argentina. And as I said previously, when I planned that trip because I thought you were in trouble, and that's why I planned that trip, was to come help you. And honestly, if you trust people like Royce Lopez and his little buddies over me, you kinda got what you deserved. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm really not, but you kind of got what you deserved. I didn't mean to go nuclear like that. If you really watch my videos, you will see consistently that more or less, except for when they got me to lose it. But you have to understand, this is months of this crap. Okay? It's not just their stupid programs, it's the trolls that they've been directing towards me, who I think are actually just alternate accounts of them. I'm sorry that I lost my temper at least once. Okay, hon? I didn't mean to do that. To be quite honest, in retrospect, you didn't deserve my time. You didn't deserve my energy. Especially when you personally chose to accept a friend request from Royce Lopez and to utilize them for I don't even know what the hell you thought the outcome was going to be. If you took anything I did as harassment, I am very sorry. I truly did not intend for it to be harassment. I even took down, as soon as I saw that you had I'm starting to speak like idiots because I've been listening to too much Daywave radio. As soon as I saw you had a child, I took down all the previous videos I made for you because honestly, I thought they were disrespectful towards you. And I didn't want to be disrespecting you because you had a child. I am not taking down this other playlist unless you literally tell me, James, take down the playlist. Because I'm not going to do what some fat group of morons in Florida tell me to do. Okay? I'm not going to do that. I will do it if you tell me to do it out of respect for you and out of respect for your child. I'm sorry that happened. I'm very sorry I posted the baby pictures. That was not done to harm you in any way. That was done because they were defaming me and calling me a liar. And there's people, because of this, there's people threatening to murder me. Okay? There are people threatening to murder me. And they claim that you're trying to, get me thrown in prison or whatever when I come to Argentina. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. Sorry about that. Give me a second here. I'm going to be honest with you. I have to come to Argentina just because of the nature of how everything fell with that ticket. I can only take another trip to Buenos Aires. I'm not coming to see you. You have to believe me. If anything, I think that you can say, if you really look at all of our interactions, you probably can honestly tell yourself, James has never lied to me. The only thing I ever lied about was coming down to Argentina. When you wanted me to come down to Argentina, I kept messing up because crap kept coming up. And I actually am very regretful that I didn't come down on time. I really am. And I posted those screenshots to defend myself against the defamation by Daywave Radio. I do believe that this was an accident. I don't believe you meant to do this to me. But this was the result of you working with them instead of actually thinking through everything I was saying and explaining to you these people are trolls They're going to destroy both of us. And I actually think these are the same trolls like Ice Queen and Russian Robot that were the original trolls that actually started attacking you and started calling you very nasty racial slurs in the comments sections of my videos and insisting that you were my wife and that was the only reason you were nice to me and blah, 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 blah. That's not the case. That's not the case. You were nice to me because you did care about me. And honestly, I am leaving those screenshots up. If you don't want them up, tell me you don't want them up. But hopefully you'll look over the screenshots and you'll realize, wow, I can't believe that I let James go when he tried to talk to me again. I'm not trying to talk to you ever again. Okay? You can try and talk to me if you want. You can try and talk to me. You can try and put right what happened if you want. You're not going to want to do that, and I know that. I have made hard copies of all of the screenshots and all these threatening emails I've received thanks to Daywave Radio and Roycey Boy directing trolls over to my channel. Okay, I have the screenshots. I also have some very interesting screenshots of somebody that's trying to discourage me from having Royce prosecuted by claiming very bad things about your family that obviously are not true. Okay? And they're stupid. As I said in a previous video, they said very nasty things about your family, about your mother, and about your father. They said very nasty things. Well, they said you didn't even have a sister, which I think we both know that's inaccurate. But the fact of the matter is, I'm as discreet as possible. I don't want to use anybody's names. I'm sorry I've used your name so much. If you remember in my original videos, I'd just call you Kiddo, or the most beautiful math professor in Argentina, or my favorite math professor in Argentina, or my favorite South American cutie, or for my little Incan princess, or something like that. That's what I used to do. And then, I don't know, I got stupid and actually put the word Eliana, and I apologize. But the thing is, if you are planning on getting me in trouble with the Argentine authorities, I'm going to have to bring the evidence that, I'm not wrong. You know what I mean? Or I'm not completely wrong. Now, I probably will get in trouble, but I want you to understand. If you do have any respect for me, and you did at one time, I know you did, because I remember the way you talked to me now that I went through the screenshots. And when I went through those screenshots, as I said, I questioned quite a bit. Why do I care about Eliana? Why do I care about Eliana? Why do I care about Eliana? Well, because Eliana was the most caring, most gentle, sweetest person I ever had in my life. Okay? And you did want to see me, and you know you wanted to see me, and I have a screenshot showing that you expected me to come down to Argentina to see you, actually. And I have all that, and it's on my Instagram. And the reason I like you so much is because you are, or at least were, a very sweet, gentle, caring person towards me. Especially when I needed one. Okay? Look, I know some things happened in your life that took everything off track. Sorry, I just ate broccoli, actually. It took things off track. Broccoli will kill you. No, I'm just joking. But the thing is, I've never lost respect for you. I've never lost admiration for you. I've never done any of that. But the fact of the matter is, you clearly have lost all respect for me. Especially like when you chose to talk to Royce Lopez about me, and you chose to talk to them about me. I should have seen that you have no respect for me, and honestly, at this point, you probably just want me to roll over and die. You have no desire for me to even, and that's fine. But I am telling you this, when I come to Argentina, because I absolutely have to at this point, there's nothing I can do with that money but come to Argentina. Okay? I don't wish you any harm. I don't wish anything bad to happen to you. I'm not coming to see you unless you tell me you want to see me. And you're not going to tell me you want to see me, because if you wanted to see me, you'd have said it by now. Okay? And I'm sorry for my tone of voice in this video, but actually, at this point, you kind of deserve what you get for talking to them over me. I tried to clarify this for years For years, I tried to clarify this. The closest you came to clarifying it for me was to lie to me and say that you were single and didn't have a child. Now, you might have been single, but you did have a child. Okay? And if that was because you wanted me to still come down, that's fine, but I'm not angry about that. I'm so not angry about that. I'm not angry at you. That's what you don't understand. I do still respect you. I find you to be one of the most amazing people I know of. But the facts are the facts. You don't think very much of me anymore. You used to. And I hope you read the conversations we used to have on Facebook. I wish I had better ones, but I lost some of them over the years. I hope you read what I have on Instagram and you remember how much we did get along. And we didn't necessarily agree on everything. Okay? We didn't necessarily agree on everything. But we cared about each other, we watched out for each other, and we did really care for one another. We really did. So you do whatever you're going to do, and I'll do whatever I'm going to do. But if you don't want to see me, you're not going to see me. The unfortunate truth is I have to come to Buenos Aires. What you choose to do is your choice. So I didn't do nothing to you. I mean, at least not purposely. And this is a side effect of Royce Lopez's actions and his little troll friends. Okay? And they can blame me. Oh, I made videos about you. I made videos about you. I made videos about you. Yeah, I made videos about you because I care about you. I think anybody that watches the video, and because somebody was trolling the hell out of me and continually threatening to kill me when I came down. Okay? That's the reason I kept making videos about you. And if I need to, I'll have to make those public again. The old videos that I took down that I thought were a little too disrespectful. But the facts are the facts. And if you want access to these videos to use against me, I already said that. I'm not afraid of anything. You can get me in trouble if you want to get me in trouble. I don't know why you're the way you are now. I really don't. But you have essentially changed pretty much in every way imaginable, except for the fact that you're smart, since the time I knew you. Now the thing is with Daywave Radio and all these people, everybody's telling me to let it go, everybody's telling me to let it go. I'm not letting it go. I'm getting death threats on a daily basis. I'm getting accusations made about me that I'm a crazy stalker. Now remember this, Eliana. How many female friends did I have on Facebook? Do you remember how many female friends I had? I had one friend that was a beautiful and very popular model. Okay, and she actually wanted to have coffee with me a few years ago, back when I was still with my girlfriend, and I turned her down for coffee. She was a gorgeous young lady. I think you remember her. You liked her song that she did. She also got into pop music many years ago. She's no longer available to me either, but that's not the point. The point is, I had many, many friends that were very beautiful women, very smart and beautiful women. Many of my friends were scientists. Do you know how many of them I allegedly stalked? Zero. Zero of them. The reason I gave you as much attention as I gave to you is because I actually cared about you. I wasn't stalking you. Okay? Yeah, it looks bad. It looks bad. But if you really examine the situation, I wasn't stalking you. I thought I was trying to help you because you didn't clarify things. You had to clarify things. And yeah, I'm getting destroyed online. Destroyed. Okay? People think I'm a frickin' bloodthirsty lunatic now. And you know me. You know how I am. And you might think I'm getting everything I deserve. You might really think that. I doubt that. If there's any of the Eliana I remember in you, you're probably pretty angry that these people did what they did to me. But I personally don't know. You might be a completely different chick now. And if you are, that's that. The facts are the facts. Daywave Radio is going down. I have called the police. I have talked to a lawyer. They're going down. I'm tired of the crap. Also, the dude's name his name's not actually Royce Lopez. It's something else. But I'm not going to say that because I'm not going to dox somebody, because when you dox people on here, even though people are now giving out my private address, I won't dox Royce's real name because I don't want my video taken down. But the point is, actually I don't have a point. I guess the point is, the second that you started talking to these jerk-offs instead of me, I should have given up instead of bothering with you. I care about you. But the reason I'm coming down to Argentina is not because I care about you anymore. It's because I can't freaking avoid coming down. And whatever you do when I get down there, that's on you. If you really think I deserve whatever happens, whatever you plan on doing, I don't know. They're saying you plan on, getting me thrown in prison, calling the police on me, utilizing the president of Argentina to prosecute me, which to me sounds absolutely bizarre. Look, I don't doubt that you know the president of Argentina. I don't doubt that you're personal friends with the president of Argentina. But what I do know is you disagree with the president of Argentina. I know that you guys both taught at the same university. But what I know is, I know that you don't like the president of Argentina, because in the short time that I saw your Facebook account, I saw some very unflattering things you said about the Peronists. Although you did turn me on to Peronism, and I do thank you for that. I do like that. It's an ideology that does mesh with mine very well. Anyway, that's all for this video. Take care. When I come down, I have to come down. I'm not coming down to bother you. You need to understand that. I'll come down there to get another chick. I'll find many other chicks. And you know how I said I won't find another Eliana? If anything, what this has proven to me is I don't want to find another Eliana. This has been the most ridiculous experience of my life, trying to reach out to you and trying to be kind to you and trying to figure out what was what. I didn't know what was going on because you didn't clarify. This has been an extremely ridiculous situation, okay? And I'm not angry. I am severely hurt. This has definitely injured me on an emotional level, as I'm sure you can imagine. And whatever you want to do, I can't avoid going down. Okay, I can't, or coming down because you're down there. I can't avoid that. I'm not coming down to see you. I don't want to see you. Okay, after you pulled this crap by talking to these guys about me, you had many chances to talk to me about me. And you choose to talk to these people? What did you think they were going to do? They're professional trolls. Professional trolls. Okay? And I'm not trying to be mean, but how did you expect me to react? Did you expect me to just roll over and die? You know me. I put up with this crap from the second I met you, this harassment. I never gave up with it. And like I said, it's because I thought you were worth it all. I thought you were worth all the harassment. I thought you were worth all the threats. I've received so much heat over the years just because, even in the beginning, just because I talked to you because you didn't look like me. Okay? Do you know how much heat I took over the years? Just because I care about you? And well, you don't, because a lot of it was private threats and stuff like that. But the thing is, if you don't think I care about you, or that I didn't care about you, you're crazy. You are crazy. And if you think that these people that they're cold like December snow, well, they can't say December snow, they're cold like July snow, and they'll pull you down and tear you under and sell you out, or whatever the hell they're saying is. If you think people that say things like that, if you think they care about you, no, they don't. You can think they care about you the second they feel like throwing you under the bus, or whatever they're going to do to you, they're going to do it to you. I wouldn't do that to you. I never did do that to you. I made some very pathetic and unflattering videos throughout the years. Okay? I'm sorry. I was trying to reach out to you. Okay? But honestly, and I'm leaving that playlist up unless you tell me to take it down. I am. That stays up unless you tell me to take it down. I'm not going to do what a bunch of morons tell me to do, especially morons that are going to be losing to me in court very soon. But I care about you a great deal, but you don't care about me. So why am I caring about you? You know, that's the question. Why do I care about you when you just did what you did with these people? Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it? You didn't have to do it. Okay? So when I come down, I'm not seeing you. I haven't intended on seeing you for quite a while now. I can take a hint in the sense that I don't think you like me very much anymore. I don't know why you don't like me very much. Maybe you should read the screenshots that I have up on Instagram. Okay? Maybe you should read them. Maybe you should remember the relationship, and by relationship I mean friendship we used to have. We did care about each other. We did look out for each other. And if you do want that back, ask me. But you're not gonna ask me. You're too busy with these idiots. So be busy with them. Be busy trying to hurt me and defame me and all this other crap that you did to me. And I'll just be chilling. Have a good day, honey. There's an interesting thing I noticed about the trolls. There was a gentleman. Well, first I want to explain this. The young lady that I've spoken about at length on this channel, people probably know her name by now, was targeted by at least 2 trolls that were targeting me, and their names were Ice Queen and Russian Robot. Of course, they're not their real names. They're, troll names. They're troll accounts. And these names have appeared in the comment section of Daywave Radio. And what I think is these are alternates of these programs. These so-called radio programs seem to be nothing but super large trolling accounts. And the trolls, the so-called fans of these channels, seem to be armies of trolls. Or alternate accounts of the programs themselves that simply subscribe to the channel to increase the views. I did notice Niece Wolf put out a red alert when I put out that I'm trying to get the physical address of Revenge of the Cis, and I do need that. I need Royce Lopez's physical address and any of their physical addresses, and I need the physical address of the Revenge of the Cis studios. I was told this by the police, and I was told this by 3 attorneys that are personal friends of mine. That's what they don't understand. I have personal friends that work in law enforcement. They don't understand this. I don't like calling in favors, but I will if I have to. I have personal friends that work in law enforcement, and I have personal friends that work as attorneys, defense attorneys primarily, but other kinds of attorneys, real estate attorneys, etc. But that's unimportant. An attorney's an attorney. They understand the law. My point is that I need the physical address of the Revenge of the Cis. But with these trolls, what I've noticed, because I need that to give to the police, or the FBI, or whoever, or the FCC, or whoever. I was told that by both the police and the attorneys that are my friends that I'm consulting with at the moment. So I need that. I need that muy rápido, okay? So what I noticed is my former friend, I can't really call her my friend anymore, Eliana, was targeted by these people. And I just noticed a gentleman that has been standing up for me, and I really commend you. His name's Empowered Individual Brandon, or EI Brandon. And I encourage people that feel they've been victims of gang stalking to subscribe to his channel, or organized harassment, or whatever we want to call it. Please subscribe to his channel. Please support him. He's been targeted for making a video in defense of me. And they didn't like that he was standing up saying, I don't really think James is a stalker, okay? And the truth is, I'm not really a stalker, as I've shown. And I disproved the nonsense from Daywave Radio. If people will simply go to my Instagram. Now, I did take down the baby pictures because they were inappropriate. I did that because I wasn't thinking clearly because I was angry, okay? And that wasn't coming from a right place. And I do apologize, Eliana, if you're watching this. I didn't mean to do that and offend you or anything like that. I wasn't trying to dox you. I was just trying to prove I'm not crazy. Because they were making me look crazy. They were saying, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry for doing that, okay? But the thing is, it seems that I'm the main target, and anybody. Now, how it started with Eliana is they started picking on me, saying I was a communist and a dialectical materialist and all this stuff. And Eliana, who at the time was a Peronist, she's not a Peronist anymore, that I'm aware of. I know she doesn't seem too happy with the Peronists, but there's a difference between a true Peronist, which is what Eliana was, and these liberal, limp-wristed Peronists that are in office now, like Alberto Fernandez and Kirchner. But what it was Eliana was standing up for me because people don't understand. Third positionism is socialist, does support social justice. In fact, justicialism, the name justicialism comes from social justice. Social justice under justicialism or National Socialism or Italian fascism is just different, or communism for that matter, is different than what weirdos call social justice. Social justice under third positionism is about the equity of all classes, not weird things like different rights for different people and crap like that. But my point is these trolls, these are the same people, and they are targeting people. For whatever reason, I'm their main target that I can see. And then anybody that stands up for me, they become targets until they become silenced. And I actually do think that's what happened to Eliana. And Eliana, don't worry. I think one of the main reasons they're trying to keep me out of Argentina is they can't keep us apart once I get to Argentina. And if you see me, you see me. I'm not saying that you want to see me. I don't even know what's going on at this point. This gets weirder and weirder and weirder by the day. This is like an onion of craziness. I mean, this is frickin' nuts. But I'm beginning to figure it out. And this is related to the organized harassment and gang stalking. It really is. And I do think my former employer is involved, because it did used to amplify every time I would blow the whistle on my former employer. This seems to be a network of harassment, and it does seem to be connected. Like Rose McGowan, I think, was onto something. People look into Rose McGowan, see what she had to say. I made a video about it. This is very, very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. And I thought it was funny because I think, like, my main instructor, people questioned my role in building the curriculum for training Sky Marshals. And I think what happened on my LinkedIn, my head instructor who I worked with on that, well, actually, I worked with him. He was in charge of it, amongst other people. We had a lot of people working on that. But I think they looked up his name, which is Donald W. Drum. Donald W. Drum is an internationally renowned martial artist, and he's a personal friend of mine and the person that taught me how to fight. So if you look up Donald W. Drum Tung Soo Do, you'll see what I've learned. And I think that's what they did, and I think that's why Royce looked like he was crying when he goes, "If you get the ticket for Argentina, throw it in the trash." Because he's a wuss. He's a wuss. And when I think what it is they like to call me a strip mall martial artist. Well, they found out I'm a little bit more than a strip mall martial artist. And I have friends in places where they claim to have friends. They claim to be involved in the Department of Homeland Security. They claim to be involved in the FBI. I'm not involved in the Department of Homeland Security. I'm not involved in the FBI. But I know people that are. Okay? They don't. They're phonies. They're all phonies. So that's what you need to keep in mind. There is something going on. There is definitely some kind of organized conspiracy against the average person. But I'm not sure it's involved with the DHS. Okay? Something else is going on. But there's definitely some kind of organized conspiracy. I do think it was funny how Nice Wolf was worried that I was getting them doxxed. If these people were really involved with the U.S. government, they would not worry about being doxxed. Why wouldn't they worry about being doxxed? There's something called governmental immunity. Look, people need to learn about how our government works. If they were really members of the government, if they were like the NSA or the CIA or any of the things they claim to be, nothing would happen to them because they have governmental immunity. Dig what I'm saying? So they're average everyday dorks. They're nerds. They're basement dwelling dorks. So don't fear them. Don't fear them. What has to happen is the people like us that are being targeted have to work together as much as they're working together to destroy us. So consider that. By the way, I want to give a shout out again to what's his face, Empowered Individual Brandon, or EI Brandon. Okay, he's done a lot to defend me, and I appreciate that. And Eliana, don't think I forget that you defended me originally. I don't know what's going on with you right now, but it seems like something's going on with you right now. I care about you. I will be down eventually, and whether you see me or not, again, that's up to you, hun. That's all for this video. Over and out. Yo, Royce boy, Royce. Just remember, from those screenshots, go to my Instagram. Just remember, Eliana said she wants to eat me with chocolate. Remember? She wants to eat me with chocolate. From the looks of things with you, you look like you taste probably like fatty, salty, ethnic food. She probably doesn't want to put that in her mouth. So I want to give a shout out to Learn to Code Live. I'm going to leave a link to his channel and and a link to the video that he did about me and other people in the description. I want to thank him for the positive, just the positive review he gave me, and the objective review. Not overly positive, not overly critical, just honest. And that's all I'm asking for. Treat me fairly. That's all I'm asking for. Which, this is the thing that, like, Daywave Radio doesn't understand, man. You draw all this attention to me, some people are going to see this, and some people are going to cover me positively. And I just want to say, like, Royce, I know your true last name, and I'd like to warn my friend in Argentina. I'd just like to warn her. You know, I have Brazilian heritage, okay? I'm probably more of a Latino than Royce is. His last name, not Latino. At least his real last name's not Latino. My Brazilian heritage is probably, you know, it puts me up on the Latino ranks. I'm a little bit more Latino. Taco. That's all, man. I just want to thank Learn to Code Live. Excellent video. Fair coverage. Fair and balanced like Fox News. Except better than Fox News, because Fox News is simping to all sorts of stuff these days. Right on, brother. Yeah, so people telling me I'm not taking the advice of this legal Latino heat. Well, I'm going to leave a link to his advice in the description. He claimed to not know who Royce Lopez was. Claimed that Royce was going to be putting another baby inside Eliana, because, you know, that's what Latinos do. They breed like rabbits, he said. You know, look, he's a liar. He knows who Royce is, and the whole show was dedicated to trying to get me not to prosecute Royce Lopez. Okay? Now, I have, and I'm going to say this to Eliana, okay? Somebody instant messaged me on Instagram, claimed to be your boyfriend, okay? Somebody named Geraldo, or not Geraldo, it would be Geraldo, like Geraldo Rivera, but it was Geraldo Perez, who I did think was your boyfriend, because honestly, it was the first time somebody contacted me that didn't try and threaten to kill me 7 times in a paragraph, okay? It wasn't your boyfriend. It was them trying to get me to drop charges, or not drop, because I haven't pressed charges yet, because I don't have a physical address yet. I really need to get a physical address. But the fact is, they tried convincing me that you're the daughter of a crime lord, and that you're not allowed out of the house, and that you don't have a sister. Now, you know as well as I know you have a sister, and I'll leave it at that. I know more than a sister. And I know more, I know your family members' names and everything else, because I did plan on being with you, and I realized, hey, if I'm going to be with this chick, I'm going to have to find a way to somehow discuss the weirdness of the relationship going on. And I never thought it would be okay. To be honest, I never thought it would be okay. Number one, I'm white. That's a big thing there. Me being white would have been a pretty big issue. Also, my age would have been a big issue, but it was not a big issue to Eliana. My age was not a big issue according to Eliana. It might be now, and like I said, she could change her mind. But the point is, this guy lied about knowing who Royce was, lied about a lot of things. Now, I did notice Eliana has adjusted some things on her channel. And that's a terrible thing, and this has to be because she's being flooded by trolls as a side effect of this. But what Eliana needs to know is these people have been contacting me personally in my inbox on my email and in my inbox on Instagram. And what they've said in Instagram and Facebook, I'm not Facebook, and Gmail, I'm a little bit tired because I just woke up, but people are telling me I'm not taking Legal Latino Heat's advice. Yeah, because Legal Latino Heat is trying to interfere with me and Eliana, okay? The only people that should be interfering with me and Eliana are me and Eliana, okay? That's that. That's the truth. So if you're not me or you're not Eliana, don't give me any goddamn advice about Eliana. I know about Eliana, okay? But the thing is, they're claiming to be her boyfriend and that everything's affecting their job. Now, I also have an email. I fully reasonably responded, okay? And honestly, I was concerned that maybe Eliana wasn't mentally well at the time. And to be honest, at this point, if she's talking to Royce over me, she probably isn't mentally well. And honestly, Eliana, I don't hold any grudges against you. You know I care about you no matter what, okay? Even if you go crazy on me and hurt me in some way by doing whatever you might be planning on doing with these idiots, I still care about you and I still love you, okay? You know that. There's nothing you can do to make me not like you, okay? I think you're being a little ridiculous talking to these idiots, but I also think that, whatever. I bring it on myself for trying to be with a girl as young as you are, okay? And that's that. But the fact of the matter is, these people have been trying to mislead me. They've been trying to do good cop, bad cop. Legal Latino Heat worked a little better because he wasn't as easily traced to the ROTC people. But the fact is, he's a liar. He's a scumbag. He's a scumbag for lying to me like that. He's a scumbag for wasting that much of my time on a program. And I'm going to leave a link to the program in the description. He's a scumbag for wasting that much of my time on a program dedicated to having me not have Royce prosecuted. Now, why would he be this worried about me having Royce prosecuted? Why are they so worried? Why are they so worried about me having Royce doxxed and getting Royce's physical address and me basically sending them up Schitt's Creek without a paddle for the crap they've done to me? The death threats I've received as a result of them funneling trolls to my channel after telling these trolls I'm some kind of maniac and I'm dangerous. I'm not dangerous. I am not, at least not to Eliana. Let me make this very clear. There is nothing about me that poses any threat to Eliana. Period. Okay? Yeah, unfortunately, because of all this trolling and everything, yeah, I might have caused her a little bit of mental and emotional anguish. I'm sorry, Eliana. Yeah, because I persisted in being with her, I might have caused her a little bit of mental or emotional anguish. She played a role in that too. She played a role in that too by not clarifying things. And unfortunately I don't have more proof of that, but she didn't clarify things. It's on both of us. It's not just on me, it's on both of us. But honestly, I take the blame because I'm older, I take the blame because I care about her, and I take the blame because she does have certain issues that people are claiming she doesn't have. And the issues that Royce says that she doesn't have, look, I'm not going to get into that. But regardless of whatever issues Eliana has, I still care about her. I still love her. That's the truth. No matter what, I still care about her and I still love her. As I said, Eliana, what you got to think about, these guys, they don't love Eliana. They love Eliana's hotness. If anything really happened to you that disfigured you in some way or something like that, who do you think would be with you? Royce or me? Now, Royce is allegedly married, but think about it. Any of these fat idiots, do you think they're going to be with you? No, they're going to leave you for some stripper from Nevada or something. They're not going to stick with you. If something happened to you that made you not as pretty as you are now, I'd be with you. Okay? That's the truth. If something happened to you that did something to you that made you not look as nice as you do now, like, I don't know, like I said, a disfiguring car accident or something, I'd be the one that would be there with you. They wouldn't. Okay? When I thought something bad was happening to you, and you can check my Instagram, I got a flight credit, but I still have to use it to only go to Buenos Aires. But I didn't know what was going on, so I decided to get a plane ticket to go down there, and I didn't know what to do, except I knew you weren't talking to me, I knew you told me you didn't have a baby and you weren't single, and I couldn't figure out why somebody was threatening to murder me. Okay? So I said, I need to get a plane ticket to find out what's going on in this girl's life. Unfortunately for me, I got screwed. I got screwed with this, everything that's happening around me. And it took me a while to save up enough money to get that ticket. Well, actually, not really. It took me, I figured out how to get the ticket with less money, but then COVID happened. Okay? So I couldn't get down because Argentina locked everything down. And I just had to hope for the best, which made me crazier and crazier and crazier thinking the worst, okay? But you think these people would even bother thinking the worst? No, they'd just go to another chick. So, I mean, Eliana, if you really... Look, I'm old, but they're the same age as me. I also look a lot better than them for my age, okay? That's the truth. And the thing is, you do know me, and you know I would never purposely do anything to hurt you. I may have done a lot to cause you a little bit of mental anguish and emotional anguish, and I really am sorry about that. And this nonsense is probably causing you mental and emotional anguish, but they're putting fuel on this fire, okay? And you're putting fuel on this fire by refusing to talk to me, but talking to them. And it's not that I'm doing this on purpose. Like, I took down those baby pictures because that was wrong of me. I did not do it out of anger, but I did it while I was angry. And then what I started thinking about is, look, I don't want to do anything that involves this kid because this girl, she doesn't deserve that, and neither does the other girl, the little girl in the picture. She deserves, to be, it scared me. I'm like, I don't know who's looking at this crap, and I better take it down. Because there are a lot of frickin' perverts that are affiliated with these people, these trolls. There's a lot of them that are sick perverts, like the guy that claims to be stalking your profile, but he's not because he's a sick pervert, but not a dangerous one like me, the guy pursuing a reasonable relationship with you. Okay? I don't know what to think with you anymore, Eliana, but if you really did allege that I fabricated those screenshots, you're crazy. You are crazy. And anybody can go to my Instagram and look at those screenshots. Number one, if I fabricated them, they'd look better than that. That's a number one. Number two, one of them, you can actually see that I'm flirting with two girls at once. I'm flirting with Eliana in one screen and another chick in another. Okay? And unfortunately, I forgot to crop it. But the facts are the facts. Yeah, I used to talk to a lot of girls online. Okay? But the only one I fell in love with was Eliana. That's the truth. And there's a reason I fell in love with Eliana. And I wish she would, use her noggin. Noggin means cabeza. And she'd think, and she'd actually think and go, you know what? James really does love me. James really does want to be with me. Now, whether or not you, Eliana, whether or not you want to be with me, that's your choice. I'm not forcing you to be with me. I'm just persistent because I think you're very much worth my time, and I think these people are putting their noses where they don't belong, and probably putting other things where they don't belong. But, look at me and look at him. Who do you think tastes better? I'm serious. Who do you think tastes better? Look, he just looks like he tastes bad. I mean, I'm just saying. But I do care deeply for you, Eliana. And you know that. And I'm sorry about everything. I really am. Everything that I did wrong, I'm sorry about. And if you want to talk to me and we can talk about this in private, and it doesn't have to be, you can have all the support you need as long as it's family. I'm not dealing with these idiots. But yeah, I'm not watching that show today. I just woke up in the middle of sleeping and I'm looking at my crap because I'm in there taking a piss and reading my phone, and I'm like, the hell is this crap? And I'm like, this deserves a video. This deserves another video where I profess my love to the woman I fell in love with. Now, do I love her now? I probably do. But I would really appreciate her professing something back, like at least the fact that she acknowledges I exist. So, Eliana, acknowledge I exist, please. Look, whatever you do with them today or tomorrow or the next day or whatever, if you're doing this for attention, if this is the new Eliana, maybe I don't love you as much as I thought I did. Or maybe you're a different girl and I don't love the new girl that you've become. But the truth is truth. I do love the Eliana I fell in love with. And I really want her back. But if I can't have her back, no, I'm not going to fall in love with anybody that would treat me like this. Okay? If you're really choosing to treat me like this, no, I can't love you anymore. You're very bad for my health if this is how you're going to treat me. But at one time you were extremely good for my health. When I used to talk to you, I would get very deeply relaxed. It was amazing. I never experienced the feelings I felt with you. And by that I mean literal, total relaxation. I was calm. I was happy. I never had anyone in my life as supportive and as kind as you. And that's why I fell in love with you. But if you'd rather be with somebody that just is talking the way they're talking about your body publicly like that, that's on you. The reason I love you is pure. The reason I love you is because, honestly, you were worth my love. I know you were worth my love at one time. And I think that you really do care about me if you really take time to think about it. So take time to think about it, honey. Look, you're definitely worth my time. And I'm definitely, well, I am worth your time. You know I'm worth your time. If for no other reason, simply because I am a very good friend of yours, simply because I am willing to do things for you, that these fat idiots, look, take this into consideration. Now my heart is doing much better now, thanks to my health getting back in check and things like that. But I had a heart condition that when I was having these tachycardic episodes, I could barely stand up. That didn't stop me from getting a ticket, a plane ticket, and saying, you know what, she needs my help. She needs my help. Whether I go into cardiac arrest or not, this girl needs my help. I'm damn sure of it, because the situation is getting stranger and stranger. Didn't stop me from getting a plane ticket. Didn't stop me from planning on going to a country where if I went into cardiac arrest, they have terrible ambulance services. I've already looked into that. And I didn't get to go to the country, but you have to understand, it didn't stop me because I thought you needed me. Okay, maybe you didn't need me. But the fact is, I was willing to literally just going to Argentina to figure out what the hell's going on here. That's a real big risk to my life. Going down there with a medical condition that to this day, nobody knows what's causing it. To this day, they don't know what's causing it. Now, it's getting better and better and better, and I'll be honest, it's probably getting better and better and better because, honestly, I know more about the situation, and I know you're not, I don't know, tied up in somebody's basement or something. However, if you see Royce, I don't know how that'll end. He looks pretty creepy, I'm just saying. They want to say I look pretty creepy. They want to say I look like a serial killer. I don't think they said I look like a serial killer. They want to say I look like a stalker. They want to say this. Look at the look on that guy's face, man. Seriously, Eliana, look at Royce. Does he look mentally well? Does he look healthy? Or does he look like a 40-something-year-old that can't control his horny level, as I said earlier? He can't control himself. You're too beautiful for him. They want to start screwing with me? Look, at least I know I can control myself around you. At least I know my attraction to you is based on who you are as a person, or at least who you project it to me as you were as a person, and not just because, oh, she looks good. Oh, she looks good. No. Although, honestly, if you remember when I first saw you, what did I say? You're perfect. And you are perfect. Or at least you were perfect. When I saw you, I thought you were perfect in every way. I did seriously consider, they want to laugh at me for saying you're perfect for breeding purposes. Now, you know as well as I do, we both understand the concepts of eugenics and animal husbandry. You and I both know what we're about. Now, you might have changed your views a little bit after you went super duper Catholic, but you know what you're about, or what you were about, and you know what I'm about. And you know that we could do very well together with our combined intelligences. You think these guys are smart? You think they're going to hold an intelligent conversation with you for more than like 2 seconds? We could do very well together, Eliana. However you want to do it, we could do very well. And if you don't want to do it at all, we don't have to do it at all. And I've always said that too. I'm not forcing myself on you. If you don't want to be doing anything physical with me, there's nothing making me do anything physical. Do you think these people have the restraint to control themselves and not start touching you in places you don't want to be touched? These people are straight up pervs. I can control myself. You know how you know I can control myself? I was in a 17-year relationship. okay, with the same woman. Okay, that's how you know I can control myself. I never cheated on her. There were times that might have been a little questionable, but the most I did with her, and I've had friends validate this, the most I did with her is I emotionally cheated on her with you. Okay, some of my female friends, I have a considerable amount of female friends in real life, and guess what? I've never done anything. I never groped them or anything like that. But yeah, I'm asking them yeah, why is my ex so mad at me? And a couple of my female friends, they explained that I emotionally cheated on her with you. Okay? That's the worst I did. Okay? That's the worst I did. And that was after like 15 years. And that was only because I fell absolutely madly in love with you, because you are who you, or at least you were who you were. I don't know if you're still that girl. But, you know, you really melted, and to put it in lack of a better way, you melted my heart. Before I met you, I was the most cynical, nihilistic person you'd ever meet. Okay? You opened me up, you opened my mind up to being more understanding of other people. You opened my mind up to be more, not as critical of the world. Okay? To put it another way, as I said, you actually helped me smile. I've rarely ever smiled in my life. I don't think I ever had an honest smile before I started talking to you. Okay? You really, look, you know I haven't had the greatest life. And they want to make fun of me saying my life is comically tragic and all this stuff. Look, my life sucked. Okay? But you really, for the brief amount of time we shared with each other, you really made me feel great. Okay? And that's something, even when I had a lot of money. I had a lot of money at one time. Unfortunately, it didn't last very long as I helped my family out. But even when I had a lot of money, that didn't make me happy. Money won't make you happy if you don't have the right people in your life. Okay? And that's the truth. I know that for a fact. But money can do a lot of things. Money can do a lot of things that can enhance happiness, but it cannot make you happy. I know that for the facts. Facts are facts. I had a ton of money at one time. Okay, and unfortunately I used it to help out my brother and my mother. But the truth is, Eliana, I adore you. I love you. That's the truth. And if you really think about it, you will see that I love you. You were basically a life-changing experience in my life. You have to understand that. That's the truth. And however you choose to treat me in the present or in the near future, that's your choice. It's not going to make me angry at you. To be honest, if you burn me, I kind of deserve it for trusting somebody. And then I'll just go back to realizing old James, miserable James, nihilistic James, he was right about everything. And he should have never flown too close to the rays of Inti, because the rays of Inti hath destroyed him. And the thing about that is, none of these idiots are going to even know who Inti is. I really like you, kiddo. So please, take into consideration the totality of this video. Take into consideration the totality of all my videos. Take into consideration the totality of every interaction we've ever had, although I don't know if this counts as an interaction. But take into consideration that I genuinely love you, and these guys are just... Look, they're human garbage. They are literal human garbage. But if these are the kind of people you want to play with now, like I said, nihilistic James, he was right about everything. Nihilistic James should have never started talking to Eliana, because Eliana really set nihilistic James up for a big failure. Okay? But I could be wrong. You could still be like the best thing that ever happened to me. You were at one time. At one time you were the best thing that ever happened to me. And then it turned into the worst thing that ever happened to me. And now it's starting to be kind of evening out. But, maybe you can come back to being the best thing that ever happened to me. That's all. I do love you. I do love you. I want you to consider everything I'm saying here. and consider how fat and disgusting these people are. Consider that. And as I said, just do the visual taste test. Who do you think tastes better? Think about it. If I started kissing you, you're part French. Now, if we started kissing in a French kind of manner, which one of you do you think is more likely to make you vomit? Me or him? Come on. I think we both know the answer to that. I love you. ROTC Media, P.O. Box 136353, Clemont, Florida 34713. Booyah, bitches! You should have left Eliana the hell out of this crap. Hey Eliana, it's James. I privated what I think are most of the recent videos I made you. I'm very sorry for how I behaved, but these people were ramping it up and ramping it up and ramping it up. I didn't watch the show today. I hope that you didn't give them any ammunition to use against me. Look, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry about the way I acted over the years, actually. But I privated all these videos. If you or your attorney need access to those videos, which you probably already have because you're smart, just let me know and I'll give them to you. Whatever you need to feel safe. It's unfortunate I have to come down. If you make it so I can't come down, that's cool too. I deserve whatever I get for how I behaved over the years. I'll always love you. I'll never forget about you. You were the most positive person I've ever had in my life. And I'll never forget how wonderful you are. Okay, I kind of hope you're the same girl, but I guess you're not anymore. I love you, honey. Hey, being that you're probably going to prosecute me anyway, and I saw the Daywave radio bullshit, I refuse to believe that you purposely played a role in that. Okay, I do believe that you wanted me to leave you alone, but you know the truth about not telling me. You know the truth about all of this. I don't care how I look publicly, I never did. You were everything to me for since I met you. And you know that. I truly love you. It doesn't matter. You know the truth about everything. I don't know if you were in on this from the beginning, if when I met you it was just a big setup. I can't possibly imagine that. I cannot imagine you doing this to me. I can imagine them doing this to me, but I can't imagine you doing this to me. Just know that I still have no hard feelings against you. I'm not angry. I can't even say I'm hurt because I think you were manipulated. You know the truth about everything, and that's all that matters to me. Or at least I hope you know the truth about everything. But yeah, I look pretty bad, huh? That's fine. I guess I can't come down to Argentina now. And that's fine. I don't know what to say. I'm amazed that you've been able to make me look that badly. You know that everything I sent you, that was very much taken out of context. Whatever. You lost something very good in your life and you know it, and that's all that matters, but I hope that you understand. I have no hard feelings. If you need help prosecuting me, I'll give you help. I'm not trying to hurt you in any way. I never was. I've never threatened you. I've never said anything mean to you except when they were riling me up. They've been doing this to me for years. You know how to trace an IP address. I'll give you access to my Instagram if you want. Okay? Because I'm not going to use it anymore anyway. So you know my email. No, I better not do this because then they'll start posting other shit there. I can't do that. If you can check my IP address, you can check the IP address. I don't know how you do that because I'm not a computer dork. But he doesn't have friends in Homeland Security. He's an idiot. He knows where I am because he has the internet. I could find out where he is too if I tried hard enough. My point is, honey, I didn't do anything to hurt you ever, and you know that. Or not purposely. I look really bad. Whatever. You know the truth, and that's all that matters. Or at least I hope you know the truth. I've never meant to hurt you. I've never meant to make you feel threatened or anything like that. I'm done. I'm done. If you do want to talk to me ever, you can talk to me. I think you know the truth, and I think after you think about this for a while, you'll know the truth. And I think you'll know that they did something really bad to me. I refuse to believe that you played a role in this. I believe that you talked to them, and I believe that you gave them the information, but I believe that they took advantage of you. And that's all. And I'm not even going to get into the whole thing about, the stuff. But, keep me in your thoughts. That's all I can say. And if you want to prosecute me, prosecute me. That's all I can say. Do whatever you want to do to me. I'm yours. I don't really have a reason to live anymore. You were the reason I lived for like 6 years. Seriously, wanting to be with you was what kept me alive. It really is. I'll still be alive, but I'm going to go back to being the James I was before I met you. The nihilistic James. I cannot believe that shit was taken that far out of context. That was very far taken out of context, and you know it. Whatever. You can use this in court too. I have no reason to live. I'm back to being myself again. Bye. People saying that Daywave Radio won? No, they didn't. I can legally go to Argentina anyway. Eliana can really only prosecute me if I try to find her, and I don't plan on finding her anyway. I'm going to Argentina anyway. Daywave Radio didn't win. I have the screenshots of the conversation on the Instagram chat, and no, it was not sent from the same IP address. And it's very interesting that somehow this person knows nothing about her family. I don't even believe that Eliana really spoke to you people. I think you hacked her account. Why did you cut off her voice? Give me a frickin' break. I don't even believe this. I believe that you did the same thing to her, and that's why her channel's name changed from Eliana Morales to lowercase EMM back to Eliana. I think because that's what Latino Heat told me to do with my channel, is change it to Just James or some crap like that. No, I don't do what you people say. The only way you can control me is if you try and control me in real life. You try to control me in real life, you're going to find out real quick what happens to people that try to control me in real life. And yeah, you should have left Eliana out of this. You really should have. Really should have. The only way I believe anything about that Daywave radio show... Okay, you want to say Eliana's doing this, Eliana's doing that. You have some information about me and Eliana. I don't know how you got that information. I'm sure she talked to you, and I'm sure she gave you the information. I don't believe a damn thing until Eliana's attorney in Argentina contacts me at my email address, fascistclark at fascistclark1984@gmail.com. There will be a link in the description. I do not believe it until Eliana's actual attorney from Argentina. It must be his actual attorney, and I want proof. And I'm going to give him my address, and I want a letter sent from Argentina, from his law office, where I can contact him that this is serious. Because I think it's a load of crap. A load of crap. Absolutely a load of crap. And I also want a phone number where I can reach him and that I can talk to the police about it. Because I don't believe any of this crap. This is complete nonsense. And I have friends that can look into this, buddy. You have your Department of Homeland Security friends, you say? I got people that are better than that. So you frickin' better cut it the hell out. There is no way this kid did this to me. And you've been trying to blame... Well, these trolls have been trying to get me to blame Eliana and give up on Eliana for years now, and they're the same trolls, and they're all Daywave radio fans. I don't believe any of this, and there's no way that kid would do this to me. And no, that kid is not a niece. That is not a niece. And anybody that ever looked at her profile would know that. So you can cut it the hell out and quit spreading lies about me. And the Instagram messages, give me a frickin' break. That was clearly somebody pretending to be her boyfriend, and it did not come from my IP address. Eliana, you know how to do that stuff. I don't. If you know how to do that, do it. Hack my Instagram. Contact me. Have your attorney contact me by email. Whatever, and I'll give him access to my Instagram. I'm not giving my Instagram out publicly, but please get a hold of me. Well, somebody get a hold of me. Have your attorney get a hold of me. Remember, you know my email, fascistclark1984@gmail.com, and I will leave a link. And I expect an email from the attorney, the name of the law office, and I want an address of the law office, I want all the information, and I want a phone number in Buenos Aires that I can call back, and it has to be a Buenos Aires number, and I better be speaking to an attorney in Buenos Aires, nowhere else. This is ridiculous, and it's a fabrication. You are trying to get me angry at this kid. I will never get angry at this kid, and you're trying to get me to give up on this kid. No way in hell will I ever give up on Eliana, in the sense that I will never believe that she did this to me until it is verified by a legal professional that says, yes, this is what she is trying to do. This is a load of crap. There's no evidence to support any of this. It's just a bunch of random crap. Maybe some of it she gave to you. I don't even think she did that at this point. Why did you cut off her voice, you idiots? If you have this whole interview, you just cut off her voice. You're a bunch of morons. Daywave radio will be going down, and I will make sure of it. Okay, I'm going to give Daywave radio a little message. Now, Merch, the guy at Nightwave, I gave a wonderful email to. Now, what I want to tell you, gentlemen at Daywave, why don't I believe what you're saying about Eliana? Well, because you lack evidence. You lack evidence. For all I know, you hacked her profiles. And I do know this about Eliana. This bullshit that you're pulling, there is no way she's okay with this. And the conversation you had with me, that somebody from there had with me in my Instagram inbox, which, by the way, look, buddy, stop acting like you know stuff you don't know. That was clearly somebody on behalf of Revenge of the Sith media, because they were trying, or the Sis, I'm sorry, Revenge of the Sis. I don't even watch Star Wars, but that popped in my head. But the fact of the matter is, somebody was trying to get me to cease with prosecuting Royce. Now, I'm trying very hard not to call the police on you, but at this point, I am calling the police on you first thing in the morning. And the reason why is because I'm now getting threats that people are going to come to my home over my telephone, because your trolls keep doxing me, okay? So it's a but-for thing. You have to remember, I majored in criminal justice, you fat piece of crap. It's a but-for thing. If not for you defaming me the level you are, now I don't know where the defamation came from. It could have come from Eliana misrepresenting the facts, or it could come from you misrepresenting his statements, or it could come from a combination of the both. But I mean, if you're going to put Eliana and you next to each other in a room and say, pick the liar, I think you know which one I'm going to pick, and it's not going to be Eliana. I can promise you that I would not be picking Eliana. And what I would also like to say, you know, this misrepresentation that I only talked to Eliana 1 or 2 times. Now, she may have fibbed and told you that. Eliana and I were friends for around 3 years, okay? Consistently for around 3 years. And I'm not yelling at Eliana or anything like that. Eliana was a very good friend of mine, and I sent the whole thing to Mersh. I'll let Mersh cover it. I hope he'll be honest. But the thing is, me and Eliana were good friends, and we would sometimes talk in ways that, you know, friends talk that are opposite genders, okay? I don't think that she was interested in me in that way, per se. I don't think she's really interested in many people in that way. But I do know for a fact that the screenshots I have are not fabricated, despite the fact that you keep saying they're fabricated. The trolls that are harassing me, like Antonio Sanchez and such, are not fabricated, and I know for a fact they're not, because I have eyewitnesses seeing me argue with them as I'm sitting in front of them. So they can't be made up. They're not from my IP address if they're texting to my phone or emailing to my phone and all this crap while there's, you know, you don't understand how that works, I guess, you fat piece of crap. But my point is, this constant harassment and constant defamation of my character, you know, I don't think Eliana took things this far out of context. And I do know that it seems that Eliana maybe gave you some information and maybe gave you some audio content. I don't doubt that. But it seems more like you sampled her from somewhere and that maybe you hacked her account. And I would be more likely to believe that than that she's participating in this nonsense. I do not doubt that Eliana does not want to see me. Okay? All I wanted was clarification from her. Okay? That's all I wanted. Okay? For a number of years, that's all I wanted. And as for and I don't like saying this, but I'm gonna say it. You want to say that Eliana does not have autism? I can tell you for a fact that Eliana insisted to me that she does have autism. And one of the reasons that she was uncomfortable with meeting me originally is she told me that she couldn't even speak to me in real life. She does fine over Skype and things like that. You people need to learn more about autism. I spent like 5 years learning everything I could about autism for Eliana. For Eliana, because I love Eliana. That's why. So I learned everything I possibly could about autism. And yeah, she might get mad at me that I'm saying this, but this defamation, this is going too far. She most definitely told me that she had not high functioning, she just said autism. And she also said, she would not be able to speak to me in real life. And I remember I replied something like, well, you're my dream girl, because you can't reply. But my point is this defamation needs to stop. It's starting to impede my normal life. And if you don't stop it, there will be legal action. And in fact, at this point, there's going to be legal action anyway. Because this is starting to get to the point where it's affecting the people around me. It's affecting, my daily life. And I don't like this. And I do know for a fact, I know Eliana, like I've said. And you people think I've only talked to her once or twice. No, I've talked to her hundreds of times. And those screenshots were authentic. And by the way, they're not all the screenshots I had, and even the screenshots are not the thousands of conversations I have had with Eliana. And no, I'm not talking about when I was texting her, or not texting her, but talking to her and waiting for a reply, which, by the way, and this is another thing, Eliana would randomly block and unblock people based on whether or not she was overwhelmed with stress. Okay? And I don't think it's very nice that you're putting me through this, riling me up, and you're going to say, oh, you should control your emotions. I'm waiting for that one. Well, when you're getting threats from trolls every day, day and night, whatever. My point is that this is not very kind to Eliana. And I know from the conversation in my Instagram inbox that you, or somebody affiliated with you that's concerned about Royce not getting prosecuted, states that Eliana played us all. That's what you state. Well, she did not. I don't think she played anybody. I know she didn't play me. She probably played you, which is actually hilarious. I think that what it was is because she was uncomfortable talking to me, she played you to try and get you to talk to me. I don't know what she was thinking. Because I think it was a very big mistake for this to happen, because it was like pouring gasoline on a fire. I don't know why. I don't know if she thought I would back down or whatever. She knows me better than that. I never back down to anything. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's my personality. I don't back down. I do respect Eliana, though. And I will be going to Argentina, and I won't be seeing Eliana. I will respect her wishes. I just wish that she told me so. I'm not going to cancel my trip that was $800 because some fat people on a show in Florida tell me to. I will go to Argentina. I will not see Eliana. I do not have to see Eliana. I don't have some uncontrollable urge to go after this girl. I will go after another girl that actually wants to be with me, because clearly she doesn't want to be with me at this point. But I didn't know that, because as she told me, she most definitely does have an autism diagnosis. And that was very ridiculous that you're saying she said that. Now, Eliana is not somebody that broadcasts that she has, autism. She's not Greta Thunberg. But the thing is, Eliana does not broadcast it, but in the same sense, she never hid it. Maybe she's hiding it now, and I don't know why that is. And maybe this is a big mistake that I'm making this and saying this, but the fact that you said that I was lying about that is absolute nonsense. If I'm lying about it, it's only because Eliana would have lied to me, and I highly doubt Eliana lied to me. I don't care if she lies to you, because you're a bunch of fat idiots. I hope she lied her ass off to you. In fact, Eliana, if you're watching this, if you got over on these guys, I don't even care if it was at my expense. You're awesome. I commend you just for making these idiots look more like idiots. You are a goddess. Of course, you already knew I thought that about you, but that's the truth. And again, if you're watching, Eliana, I'm not coming down to see you, but I am most definitely coming down, just not to see you. Okay? I'm sure I can find something to do in Argentina. There is plenty to do. Okay? It doesn't have to involve Eliana. Okay? It can involve another chick named, I don't know, trying to think of Argentine names off the top of my head. I can't do it. But the fact of the matter is, you fat bastards continue to harass me, continue to push me to the edge, and now you have trolls. You're pushing the trolls, because that's how this works. It's like a big orgy of nonsense, threatening me over my phone while I'm getting ready for bed at 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay? This is uncalled for, and I know for a fact Eliana would not approve of this. And I also know for a fact if Eliana knew that this would be such a circus, she probably would have never done this. And I also know for a fact that the inbox of my Instagram, the screenshots I have, where you say she played us all, Eliana is not a moron, okay? But you obviously are if she played you this badly. Just think about that. You got played by a girl with autism, okay? That's actually beautiful, because you guys can't control your horny level. You got played by a girl with autism. And not only a girl with autism, but one of the most magnificent girls I've ever laid eyes on. And the facts are the facts. You're a bunch of morons that keep pushing the public against me and pushing the public against me. This was all about my friend that I care about. And if my friend doesn't want to see me, my friend isn't going to see me. And I'm getting really tired of this. What happens is, unfortunately, when you guys get me riled up, and I'm not tuning into your show anymore because I get too riled up. Okay? And why do I get riled up? Care about Eliana. Eliana is a sore spot with me, and people can easily agitate me by bringing up Eliana. And that is why I get so easily agitated. Why do I get agitated? Because I care about her like a little sister. And that is the truth. That is the honest truth. I really do genuinely care about her. And whether she thinks I'm crazy or not, I highly doubt she said that. You people have fabricated so much on that show. So much, and you have defamed me so badly. I almost find it impossible, absolutely impossible to believe that Eliana could ever fabricate anything this ridiculous. And because I see the way you treat other people and the way you fabricate things with other people, I know it's not Eliana that fabricated this stuff, and I know that you're taking everything she said very far out of context, which is very dishonest and very unkind to her. And if you're not taking it out of context, okay, well then, she should have told me to begin with. And you should have kept your mouth shut. Okay? That's that. So you will be getting visited by law enforcement very soon. And after law enforcement, if that doesn't handle it, I will up it. And I will continue to up it until maybe you people are doing prison time. This is enough of this. Absolutely enough of this. And the only thing I'm actually thinking of, unfortunately, is how is this affecting Eliana? That's what I'm thinking about. So I'm going to stop doing this crap. I'm going to stop talking about this crap, stop tuning in, stop making videos about it. And that's the truth. I'm only making this video because I just got a frickin' threat on my text messages. But yeah, my biggest concern isn't me. My biggest concern is how is this nonsense, this frickin' circus, affecting my good friend? And whether she wants to be my friend or not, she will always be my friend, whether I see her or not. Just because she's my friend doesn't mean I have to see her. Hopefully, eventually, she will see the light and realize, what do you know, that James guy, he's a pretty decent guy. I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon, but maybe she will. But you guys have defamed me so badly, riled me up so badly, you know, whatever. You can make me look like a bloodthirsty maniac. That's not who I am. And Eliana knows that's not who I am, or at least I hope she knows that's not who I am. But if she wishes me to respect her and not go, I was never going to Argentina with the intent of finding her. Well, actually what's funny is as I showed merch, now it's a bad screenshot, but my original reason to go to Argentina was to meet Eliana. And there is a screenshot that shows that. Unfortunately, my thumb isn't part of the way of the frame. But the facts are the facts. Yes, a few times, because again, me and Eliana were friends and did converse for years, I had tried to get to Argentina and failed. And unfortunately, the last time, as I said, my ex, she had an issue. She had to be resuscitated, and then I had to take care of her. And what was funny is, Eliana got cold feet, I think, and didn't want me to come down. And the last thing I remember ever saying to Eliana is, Eliana, you're going to... Well, actually, that's not the last thing. I said, Eliana, you got to do what you got to do, and I got to do what I got to do, which means I'm not canceling my trip. But then right after that happened, my ex-girlfriend did have to be resuscitated, and it ruined the trip anyway. And then after that, a couple years later, I started getting harassed by somebody called Tig Manson and Chimichanga Chimmy and all these people. And you can pretend like I make up these trolling accounts. No, I do not. These are people that have harassed me. I think that trolls are harassing Eliana. They're not my troll accounts. I don't troll. All of my accounts on the internet can be traced to who? Me. I don't hide. I don't hide who I am. Why? Because A, I'm not a dishonest piece of shit. And B, I just never had a reason to hide. And this isn't going to push me towards that. Okay? So you guys can just cut the crap. This is absolutely ridiculous. And it's not good for my friend Eliana. And I know you think she played us all. I don't care if she played us all. I don't care. This is uncalled for behavior to treat anybody. Okay, and you go, oh, you're hiding behind Eliana. I am not hiding behind Eliana. I've been trolled for years, and I have not reacted like this. And people that follow me and see the comment sections of my videos know that. The only time I react like this is when my friend Eliana is brought up. So screw you, you fat son of a bitch. Hey Eliana, your statement on Daywave Radio makes me have to make a video for you. I want to give you my sincerest apology. I'm not angry at you. I want to thank you for your belated honesty. It only took a few years. I never meant to defame you or make you feel uncomfortable or anything like that. I was seriously concerned about you. You have to understand there was a lack of understanding on my part because you did not clarify things. And no does mean no if somebody says no. And you didn't say no until, well, now. And I want you to understand, I deeply respect you. I'm still coming down. I'm not coming to see you. I want you to understand that. I'm not coming to see you. I'm still coming down. I just kind of have to because that's the whole money thing. But I also wanted to let you know, yes, Royce Lopez and the gentleman on the show are liars. The charges that they said I committed were completely fabricated. The only charges I have are minor charges for like vagrancy, trespassing, things like that when I was homeless. I do not have any of these ridiculous... I've never stolen anything in my life. Never. Not even a piece of gum. I'm a ridiculously honest person. And I want you to understand, I don't know if people were trolling you. I will admit to the Michael Sanchez profile, which I made in response to you not accepting my math class. Okay, I admit to that. That's the only account I've ever made to view any of your profiles, and it was because I was curious about why you turned down my math class. Okay, I was just curious. And yeah, I got a little wound up when I saw some of the things I saw because you had lied to me. You did flat out lie to me when you said you were single and did not have a child. And I'm sorry I got so wound up. I will always care about you and I will always respect you, and part of respecting you is not coming down to see you. You don't have to worry about me coming down to find you. I really do love you. I really do. I fell deeply in love with you for the way you made me feel, which was wonderful. And I highly appreciate the time that we shared together, even though it was over social media. It really did open up my mind to, you know, different things that made me feel good and made me feel better about people, okay? And yeah, I might have displaced my trust in you, it seems, but it's not going to ruin me because I do think you are a genuinely good person, and I still think this is a ridiculous misunderstanding, okay? I think that there was a breakdown in communication which caused a misunderstanding, and I don't think that it has to be more than that, and that's all. I respect you and I do love you. As for the Daywave Radio crew, who has harassed and defamed me and caused people to threaten me over the phone, over my emails, etc., no. I'm not being nice to you assholes. You will be getting sued. Okay? And yeah, you were simping for Eliana. You always want to talk about how people simp and people are a cuck and people are this and people are that. You've been simping. You've been simping. That's all I can say. But Eliana, in closing, I truly respect you. I admire you. You know how much you mean to me. And because you mean so much to me, I would never force myself on you. I don't think you could ever say that I said that or that I would do that. I was very persistent because you matter so much to me, but you, as far as I know, you never said the word no. And I was concerned you were having, I'm not going to say it, but I do genuinely care about you. And because I care about you so much, I will stop. But you really didn't tell me to stop until right now. Best wishes, honey. I hope everything's okay, and I will not be seeing you. Love you. Bye. I wanted to make a video to honor a gentleman named Empowered Individual Brandon, and I want to thank him for the support that he's given me. A lot of people, and I also essentially also want to thank the gentleman Learn to Code Live, both of them at once, but this, I already gave Learn to Code Live a video, and Learn to Code Live is not into this gang stalking stuff or anything like that because he's never been victimized by it, I don't think, but Empowered Individual Brandon has been, and what I want to let people know, now immediately after I saw the program where I was denounced by somebody I genuinely trusted, I received an email from Antonio Sanchez, and a lot of these people, these trolls, were just trying to get me to lose my cool, okay? And I think what people need to understand is a lot of the demeanors of targeted individuals, and even the mentally ill, okay? Because some people might exhibit symptoms of mental illness like schizophrenia, things like that aren't schizophrenic. Now, I want to point out, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a mental health professional. I want to put that out there right now before people think that what I'm saying is medical advice. But it is true. Sleep deprivation and things like that, which are caused by harassment, can cause symptoms similar to schizophrenia, and the harassment also causes agitation and things like that. I do have post-traumatic stress disorder, and I have experienced symptoms of that, so I do know somewhat what some of the behaviors that these people express, these targeted individuals. Now, I am a targeted individual, I do believe that, but the thing is, I'm not very physically I'm not easy to physically intimidate if people get in my personal space or things like that. It doesn't intimidate me. So they found the one thing that they could use to get under my skin, and they used it, and they got under my skin, and now they're bragging that they won. Well, you didn't win, because I never lost faith in that person. And that's the truth. The goal was to get, that person might have lost faith in me, that person might think things about me that might not be 100% accurate, but I never lost faith in that person. So you didn't win, because I'm still me, and I'm still me. You didn't win. I didn't lose faith in that person, and I'm just simply going to respect that person's wishes, even if those wishes might have been formed by, I don't know how to put it. If that person's wishes may have been formed by the behavior I exhibited from the constant harassment by these other people. This has gone on for years. This has gone on from the beginning when I met that individual. But the thing is, the street harassment, which is real because it's happened to me. And I thought this was all crazy because, like I said, I'm not somebody that assumes conspiracies are real. It's just not in my nature to think that there's these vast conspiracies or anything like that. And so when people were telling me that I was a targeted individual on Facebook and all this stuff, I was like, this is crazy. This is like, I really thought these people were schizophrenic or something of that nature with the street theater and all that. And then I started experiencing, and it wasn't that I wasn't already experiencing it. I just brushed it off. Like, what would happen is, like I said, at the park where the person would take pictures of me with a high-powered camera, which would be completely unnecessary because I wasn't that far away. And so it was to be seen. He wanted to be seen by me taking pictures of me, and they would write things in notebooks and it was just completely, it was obviously staged so that I saw it. And then when I stopped walking in the park, because I'm like, this is creepy as hell, People started following me in like black sedans. It was like a fleet of vehicles. And I still don't know who was actually behind it, but it could be anybody. Like, a lot of people like to assume it's the government. They like to assume this. They like to assume that. I still haven't made any assumptions as to who's behind what. But I do know who I think is behind some of it. I can't prove that aspect, so I won't be proving that one. The thing is, for some reason my camera's getting choppy. That's interesting. I don't know what is up with that. But the thing is, with the targeting of these individuals, now, Daywave Radio and the Revenge of the Cis broadcast, you can see, or the Revenge of the Cis media, you can see them targeting mentally retarded people, mentally ill people, and etc., and trying to get them to commit suicide and everything else by not stopping the harassment. They're not going to get me to commit suicide. I'm stronger than that. Okay, I'm a lot stronger than that. And in fact, I feel even better about myself because I didn't lose faith in that person. And I shouldn't have lost faith in that person. It's unfortunate that that person lost faith in me. But hey, things happen. I respect her wishes. The facts are the facts, though. This campaign of organized harassment against me goes way back. It started with like Tig Manson, Jimmy, these troll names that posed as Hispanics. And a couple times they did. They got me to go on racial tirades and everything else like that. You know, that's not who I really am. That's not who I really am. And unfortunately, I don't think that the person from my past knows that. But that's not really who I am. That's me after being harassed constantly by people claiming to be people of a different ethnic group, calling me racial slurs. Okay, calling me things like that. And that's how I reacted. That's not how I react. People presume because I'm pro-white that I'm anti anyone else. I'm not. I've never seen being pro-white as a means of being cruel or mean to other people. Like I said before, I'm polite to everybody. I hold the door for everyone. Women, men, whatever. I'm not as closed-minded as people think. I never was. I've always been polite because I think that's the only way to deal with people is to, treat, literally, like the golden rule says, treat them the way you would like to be treated. And that's how I've gone about through my life. That's just what I do. But obviously there are people in the world that like to pick on people that are defenseless. Well, the thing is with me, I'm not defenseless. They presume that I'm worse off than I am, I think. They presume that I'm mentally weaker than I am, but I'm not. So, honestly, this ordeal that I was put through, it really only strengthened the fact that I know that I am a decent person, that I do place faith in people, and that my faith I don't squander my faith. And I do think that it was right for me to put faith in that person, and I haven't lost faith in that person as a decent person. They'll never talk to me again, they'll never associate with me again, but they are a pure and good person, and I was right to put my trust and faith in that person. And what I like is even after all this, nothing, as I said, that person would never hurt me, and she never sought out to hurt me. And what that did is that validated for me that a lot of these things were taken out of context by the morons on this radio program, which isn't even really a radio program. And it's a setup. And I'm also getting messages accusing me of crimes I didn't commit. I've never been accused of being a peeping Tom or any of this stuff. And I don't even think, that's not even a freaking charge, I don't think. But the thing is, I've never done anything like that. I am a very respectable, when it comes to women, I respect them very much. And it might not look that way with the situation that just happened, but to be quite honest, that person, I respected them the whole time, and there was a lot of, unfortunately, a breakdown in communication, and unfortunately, a lot of misunderstandings, but that wasn't enough. There was also a lot of harassment that poured gasoline on that fire, okay? That harassment is what caused me to act the way that I did. And people will go, oh, well, you're just blaming other people for your lack of control. No. And I saw somebody telling this gentleman, Empowered Brandon, or Empowered Individual Brandon, they were making fun of his demeanor and things like that. Number one, he's homeless. I spent 4 years being homeless. Okay, 4 years. So what you have to understand is when these people start to get shaky or stutter or things like that, sometimes that's caused simply from literally a lack of sleep. And people don't understand this unless they're homeless. People don't know what it's like to walk 13, 14 miles a day, to have the soles of your feet covered in blisters, until it happens to them. They don't know what it's like to be severely dehydrated or malnourished. They don't understand the physical symptoms that lack of sleep, dehydration, and malnutrition have on the body. I do, because I lived through it. Okay, I actually, one of the things I think caused my heart condition was severe B vitamin deficiencies when I was homeless. Okay, and severe iron deficiencies. I don't think I'm ever getting some of my functions back that I had prior to being homeless. And for whatever reason, it manifests later maybe. But the thing is, if you've never lived through this, a lot of these people, they're the way they are from a combination of the malnutrition, the lack of resources, but also when it's somebody like the gentleman that I mentioned, Empowered Individual Brandon, the harassment. The harassment is exasperating. Again, it's pouring gasoline on a fire that's already there. And sometimes people don't, they can't respond properly because they're already so damaged from the environment, from what's going on. But the thing is, these people, if you watch this gentleman's videos, he is extremely intelligent. He is extremely good at connecting the dots. And yeah, he looks a little off, but if people saw me when I was homeless and or even prior to that when I was heavily medicated, that was really severe. But the thing is, people would not look at me and think the things they think about me now. I would guarantee you a lot of people do think I'm highly intelligent. I would guarantee that. And I am highly intelligent. I have IQ tests that prove that. But the thing is, when I was homeless and not sleeping, I'd throw my speech a lot like this, because the problem is when you start losing, when you're freezing cold all the time and you lack the proper amounts of B vitamins and other nutrients. I've always been into nutrition. You start to lose nerve control. I would get tremors a lot. I had tremors for years after being homeless. And that's again from a lack of the B vitamins and a lack of other nutrients that you need for proper nerve health. Now, I am getting most of my function back. My heart is a little wishy-washy. But the thing is, this is what people don't understand. So they look at these people and they go, look, he sounds funny. He looks funny. This and that. There's a reason. There's a reason. And it's very disrespectful to, this is why, and I'm glad, my former friend, I'll refer to her that, well, former on her side, but that person that people unfortunately now know who she is, she gave me so much hope in humanity because she treated me with kindness and respect, which I never had before. Okay? And the thing is, when you're homeless, people don't understand what it's like to be discriminated against because you have to use the bathroom. Okay? It's a completely different experience. I've never been given proper respect by people. And, except for friends and stuff like that. But, I mean, the general public, for whatever reason, because I don't like my hair. People like to make fun of my hair. My hair is so funny looking. I don't really give a crap about my physical appearance. And the thing is, if you're a little bit offbeat, people really dig into you and they try to hurt you. But with this targeted individual stuff, they're trying to kill you by way of suicide. And you can see that if you watch some of these like Adonis Paul and all these people that are associated with Revenge of the Cis media. These are some really evil people. Evil people. And I count my blessings that this experience actually strengthened my confidence in myself, knowing that I'm a decent person and that I was right to place my trust in someone. But as far as Empowered Individual Branding goes, honestly, watch his videos and don't jump to the obvious conclusions, because that's what I did in the beginning of this campaign of organized harassment. Don't jump to the obvious conclusions. Watch the videos, hear the guy out, listen to what he's saying, and you'll see he's not inaccurate in what he's saying. And that's the thing, is the problem with the targeted individual things is by the time you finally see their videos, they look like a mess, because they are a mess because of everything that's happened to them. Now with me, I don't look like such a mess anymore because I know how to get my stuff together. I'm living inside now. I have proper nourishment. I'm hydrated. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is people don't understand these things. And then they assume that these people are crazy. They're not crazy, a lot of them. They've been harassed. They've been manipulated through harassment, and they're being targeted to commit suicide. That's really what's going on. This is a campaign of organized harassment against the general public by certain groups of people. And it's absolutely disgusting. Like with me today, I was painted as a criminal. I haven't committed those crimes. Those crimes were never committed by me. So they can say whatever they want, but they're not going to in the long run, because there will be repercussions. And I will make sure of that. Like, I was not bluffing when I said I had an attorney. And they will find out what happens when people say things to me, or say things about me that are untrue. Okay, they will find out. And yeah, I really do respect empowered individual Brandon for the support that he's given me, the genuine support that he's given me, despite the defamatory statements that everybody was making about me and are still making about me. But these people need to understand, these are all false accusations, and this will all come out in court. I've never done these things. I am a decent person. I am respectful to women. And everything has been taken very far out of context. And a lot of what had happened was a very bad misunderstanding between myself and another person that was taken out of context by people, and through years of organized harassment. That's what's so interesting. These trolls have been harassing me for years, because the in-person harassment and the things I've received, number one, I didn't even know it was organized harassment. I just thought it was people that were disrespectful of my personal space and things like that, which is not an uncommon thing. That's not an uncommon thing, so I would always blow it off. Even the sedans, the black sedans that were almost hitting me, but weren't hitting me, and there'd be like 3 or 4 at a time, or there'd be like 3, and then a couple minutes later there'd be 3 more. I didn't think much about it, because I'm not like I said, I don't jump to these conclusions. I don't jump to conspiracy theories, although I think I might have to start doing that, because it seems like the joke, the Alex Jones is always right jar, or Alex Jones was right jar. It seems like some of these people that even I have pushed off as insane or crazy, they're not. They're victims. And it's wrong of me to judge them that way, as crazy or what have you, because I myself am a victim of this stuff. And that's all for this video. So the harassment on Instagram and in my inbox continues from these people, okay? And I know who they are, and yeah, you lied about my criminal record, and that will come out in court, and you will pay. You will pay, okay? And the thing is, you want to talk about my friend in the ways that you are. Look, whatever. Now that you removed her from the equation, I can concentrate on you. Because what you did was very wrong, and it's not just me that you do this to. There are much more defenseless people that you do this to, and it's very disgusting what you do. And I can only hope that my friend sees the light of day and sees you for what you really are, and understands that what you people have done, the trolls that have posed as Hispanics, calling me SA constantly and all this other crap, constantly calling me these things, to get me to explode in tirades and everything else. Look, the one thing I know about her is she's not an idiot. And if you did mislead her, you didn't win. You didn't win. And you didn't win anyway, because like I said, I never lost faith in her, and I never will lose faith in her. She is a beautiful, intelligent, and pure and innocent person that treated me with kindness, respect, and love when I needed it. So you can just cut the crap. You can continue to harass me and send me... My favorite are the free emails you send me that I can just, save. I mean, I'll just keep, piling them up. Now, the Instagram messages, of course, I'm screenshotting the hell out of those. But you are all disgusting pigs. I think it's sad that she didn't know that. I'm sure she doesn't even watch your program. She can say she's a fan, but I'm sure she doesn't even watch it. Especially considering J.J. Stoner said that he thinks her butthole smells like tortillas. Okay, now that's not something I'd say. I would never say something like that about her. In fact, I don't think I'd ever be talking about her butthole. And that's the thing, is you people are absolutely disgusting people. And I'm actually very, very, very skeptical that she even knows the full story. Very skeptical. I've given up on her because that's what she stated are her wishes. And I will continue to give up on her. That's about it. I'm going to go down to Argentina. I'll find some other chick or a group of chicks or, probably maybe 2 or 3 girls at once. Maybe that's what I'm looking for in Argentina. 2 or 3 girls at one time. And the thing is, yeah, you people are horrible people that tried to destroy my life. And you didn't destroy my life. And you're not going to. And the reason you didn't destroy my life is I never lost faith in her. You may have caused her to lose faith in me, but I never lost faith in her. So, keep it up. Keep giving me the free evidence for when we go to court. Okay, everybody. You know who I am. What I'd like to propose to the public is if you have been a victim of Daywave Radio or any of its affiliates, please think about donating to my fundraiser to help me pay for legal fees to sue them due to them defaming my character and sharing basically lies about me, fabricating criminal actions that I never committed, and completely making me appear like a maniac to the public. I would highly appreciate people consider donating to this. Now, I'm going to be honest, it's $5,000, and that should be used for the legal defense. Any leftover will be used for any personal expenses or anything like that. But the cap is $5,000. Whatever is needed for legal defense will be used for legal defense. I think I might actually have to make several of these in the long run. But please consider donating to this if you're tired of Daywave Radio and the nonsense that they're putting out. Okay, so seriously, consider donating to my channel to help me fight back against Daywave Radio. Thank you. Some people are wondering how I know my friend wasn't involved with this Daywave Radio crap from the beginning. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know that. For all I know, I could have been played completely, but I wasn't. I don't think I was. The reason why is because this girl spent like 3 years defending me. Well, we were defending each other from trolls that were like the ones in my comments section. And I think these are the same people that were attacking us from the beginning. And it culminated in this. Now, I don't have enough proof to prove that. But, I mean, with the vernaculars and such. Now, the trolls are not necessarily Daywave Radio, but I'm suspicious that they may be alternate accounts of the various radio personalities on the various programs affiliated with Revenge of the Sis. Now, my friend would never have affiliated with something like this in the past, and with her newer life circumstances, I would see it even less likely for her to be aligned with something that is this horrible toward people that have special needs. If you watch these people's videos, they're attacking people with special needs, and they're trying to make them go crazy. They're trying to make people go crazy, and it's very wrong. And it's not just, she's not somebody that would bully anybody. And that's a thing that people need to understand. She never bullied anybody. She can have a sharp tongue if she is pushed, but let me put it this way. I'll put it to you this way. She was extremely respectful of me and what she said. Okay, and that's probably with a lot of fabrication and a lot of misrepresentation of facts on the part of the Daywave Radio crew. So, for her to be that respectful of me shows me that she is still the same person that I knew before. Her mind is probably clouded with some misinformation, and it's simply time for me to give up on her, because there's no way I can get through to her. I'm assuming she's quit watching my videos years ago and doesn't see my videos. With any luck, she'll eventually start watching my videos again. I do know that Daywave Radio and other people are hell-bent on getting me to take down my channel. And my presumption is they want me to take down my channel because they've taken snippets of my videos and strung them together in a way to make it look like I was defaming people with special needs. That's what my guess is. And that is why I hope she watches my videos and understands my views. She is a very gentle and kind person, and she is and she defends people that are weaker than her. She is a very good person, and that is the thing. She is a pure person. I don't think that she is involved with Daywave Radio, and I don't think she's involved with any of the revenge of the cis people. I'm actually doubtful that she's ever watched the program or watched any of the programs, because I could not see her supporting such behaviors. And that's all for this video. So Eliana, it was refreshing and bizarre to see you in the live chat of Nightwave. This will be the last video I make you. I don't know if you're a pod person or possessed by the devil or what is up with you, but you aren't the same chick I knew before, okay? I was already planning on giving up on you because you didn't want to be with me. I understood that you didn't want to be with me, and I decided to respect that. But the facts are the facts. This is not the same behavior of you. This isn't you. And if you don't want to be the girl I fell in love with, I guess I can't still be in love with you. I guess I'm no longer in love with you. If you are the same girl, then I am still in love with you. Because remember, I loved you. I didn't love the outside of you. I love you. You know what I mean? I love your brain. I love your mind. I loved how sweet you were to me. But especially how sweet you were to me. But if this is the way you behave now, really it doesn't matter what you say on Daywave Radio tomorrow, as you said. You said tomorrow, and when you say what you're saying on Daywave Radio, I won't ever want to talk to you again or whatever. Look, you don't have to wait until Daywave Radio. I don't know if they're paying you a lot of money to do this to me, but I can't see Eliana hurting me for money. But if Eliana would hurt me for money, and the thing is, this doesn't even hurt now. It doesn't even hurt. I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up with it because you don't understand the work I put into trying to basically get myself together to get down there to be with you. And you know, it's not, it doesn't matter. Just know that you don't have anything to worry about. I'm never seeing you, especially if you're going to act like this. This is ridiculous. I can't believe that. And you love Royce so much, good. You can love Royce all you want. And if you like rice, you can like rice too. Because I accidentally said rice, but you know, whatever. But I think you're more of a quinoa girl, or is it corn? Corn and potatoes? I forget. Anyway, the facts are the facts, hon. If you're going to act like a complete different person, then of course I don't like you. It's not the outside of you that I liked. It was the inside of you. It was the part of you that made me feel good. And if you can't make me feel good, why would I want to be with you? You know what I mean? But I do hope that I do care about you. I mean, somewhere in there's got to be the Eliana I remember. And like I said, maybe this is why you got so into studying demonology and demon possession. Maybe you believe you're demon possessed or something. I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is this is frickin' bizarre. And if this is the kind of girl you want to be, that's your choice. I will definitely leave you alone if this is how you want to behave. Have a good life, honey. That's all I can say. Okay, this video is going to be very quick because it doesn't deserve a lot of my time. Okay. So if my apparently former friend wants to do everything she can to defame, discredit, which she's not discrediting me, but, you know, other people are aware of the relationship we had online, and other people are aware of the many times I came down to see you, or tried to come down to see you. I don't understand why you're doing this to me. At the beginning of this, you could have just said, James, leave me alone. You never really said that. You can say you said that. You might have fabricated evidence you said that. You never said that. I would have remembered you said that. That's not what you said. And the thing is, even if you did say that, over the years, you could have said it again. And you didn't say it. You lied to me. Okay? You lied to me. That's what you did. Because I was getting trolled by somebody that was telling me to leave you alone because you were happily married or you were happily living with a boyfriend and a child, right? And then you responded and said, no, I'm single and I don't have a child. Look, you chose to lie to me and you knew how I felt about you. But what you have to understand, me caring about you only is reciprocal if I think you care about me. Clearly, you don't give a crap about me, right? So you know what? I'm Eliana proof. You can't, it doesn't matter what these idiots do. You can't do anything to me. But I do have to sue them for the defamation of my character and lying about my criminal record. And they did this for you, I suppose, right? They did this for Eliana. Eliana wanted them to lie about me and defame me and try to drive me to suicide like they do with other people. And this is what I deserve, according to you in the live stream. I don't know what happened that made you flip your script like this. I suppose I was set up from the beginning and you've been a member of these weirdos from the beginning. But I cannot believe that you were that fake. You are that freaking fake. Anybody that is that fake does not deserve any of my time, any of my energy, or any of my emotion. And I gave you far too much of that for far too long. And if you want to know the truth, that one video I made when I was angry, I'm not angry right now. I'm not even hurt. I'm basically indifferent at this point because, again, you don't care for me, I don't care for you. That's how it works. And the thing is, if this is how you are a vile, disgusting person. That's the truth. If this is really how you choose to treat me, to tell me that, you know, whatever, I deserve what I get, I deserve to be harassed to this level, this is what you tell me? You know, whatever. And if you love Royce, you can have Royce. I think you and Royce would be a very gross couple. It almost makes me want to, I feel a little vomit in the back of my throat right now. But I mean, yeah, if that's what you want to do with yourself, you want to just insult people online and spread lies about people, you know, you can lie all you want. You know what we had online, and I'm not saying that we had a relationship, but you know that we talked more than 2 times. And you know that we did share intimate conversations, and that we did share other stuff. And the facts are the facts, hon. You saying these things, you calling me out, you're not calling me out. You trying to defame me, you're not defaming me. You're just making me not give a crap about you, which makes me not affected by this. Like, you don't understand how James works. You think James is all emotional and all this stuff. No, that's how James was with you, because James thought you were different than other girls. But if Eliana is going to be just like every other girl that's not worth his time, well, then you're not worth my time or my emotions. So no matter how this turns out, that's your deal, babe. You can do whatever you want. I could care less now. I don't give a crap about you. Say whatever you want. The thing is that these frickin' a-holes at this Daywave radio that have defamed my character, after all the time I spent not committing crimes, they spread around that I committed all these crimes I didn't commit. Okay? And apparently I guess that's your fault. But being that you're not a United States citizen, I guess I'm going to have to hold them responsible. But my point is, I have no more feelings for you. I'm not going to call you the kiddo word anymore. I'm not going to call you anything but what you are, a vile, vile person. I cannot believe that you are like this. I was even thinking it's deep fake technology. I mean, it's really bizarre that you would behave this way. You are a completely different person than I knew. And I remember before you stopped talking to me, before I was going to come down, you did warn me that you're not the person that I think you are. And I guess this is what you meant. I don't know what's wrong with you. There is something seriously wrong with you. And I watched the Daywave thing And I noticed that you said that I have autism or Down syndrome. I'm not going to even get into how that's projection, but what's sad about that is that you know that I cared about you regardless of any imperfections that you may or may not have. Regardless of those imperfections. And what you do is you tear me down for trying to be a good person. That is a disgusting, disgusting feature. You are not a good person, Eliana, if this is the way you are. You are not. And you should not treat people like this. But I guess it doesn't matter what I say, because, you know, whatever. So remember how I said I was going back to nihilistic James? No. James is still going to stay happy. But what he isn't going to do is give a crap about you anymore. This is absolute absurdity. Absolute absurdity. Go hang out with Royce and, I don't know, get all smelled up with his gross body odor, or God knows what's going on with that guy. There's got to be some stuff going on there that you really don't want to know about. And I remember your statement years ago when you said you only date white guys. Clearly that's not you anymore, is it? Anyway, check you. Well, I'm not going to check you later. I'm not going to check you ever. You're not worth my time. Bye-bye. Hey, Eliana. I just want to let you know, don't use that criminal record, that's not a real criminal record, to get a restraining order against me in Argentina, or to keep me from entering the country. You can't, because it's a false criminal record, and if you do that, you'll be committing a crime. That's why I'm suing Daywave Radio. If you genuinely don't want to see me this badly, and if you remember, I said if you didn't want me to come to Argentina prior to me getting the ticket, or at any time we were talking about me coming down, I said just tell me you don't want me to come to Argentina. The problem was I had bought a ticket. I'll waste $800 on you, but you clearly weren't worth it. You know everything you said to me, and also other people know what you said to me, especially my ex-girlfriend at the time that was quite jealous and was spying on my account. Okay? She will never appear on camera or anything. I never meant to hurt you. And look, everything I said, to the best of my knowledge, was true, because these are the things that came out of your mouth, the things that I said. And you fabricated everything and took everything out of context big time. Big time. And look, I'm not even angry at you. I am indifferent to you at this point, because this is just crazy. You know everything you said to me, and that's what matters. That's what matters. I think maybe we grew apart after a while, and then this is how you decide to handle this. That's fine. That's fine. This is the kind of person you are? You want to call me a crazy person? They're using a false criminal record. They gave you a false criminal record. I am not a criminal. The only thing I'm guilty of is actually caring about you and thinking that nobody else cared about you. That you used to portray yourself as somebody that didn't have anybody in their life. If it really was that you were just so young that you did, whatever. But you did latch on to me for a while. You did care about, or you said you cared about me. You said we were good friends. You said all of these things. And you're trying to make it look like I don't even know you, or I never even, and this is the thing. That Antonio I only made that one account after you declined my math class. That one account. I've never looked at your profile for years. I really do think other people were trolling you with fake accounts. The reason I thought your family was threatening to kill me is because people were threatening to kill me and saying they were your family. That's why. And honestly, if your family wanted to kill me, I don't blame them. I've said this in the past. This situation is insane. And you've made it even crazier. Okay? But look, do whatever you need to do. I've always said that, but look, please don't get yourself in trouble by using a fake criminal record. I won't come down. I won't come down. If you're that worried, I won't come down. It's gonna cost me money, okay? But I won't come down. Okay? I'm indifferent to you now. I still don't want you to hurt yourself by using their shit, because if you falsify a record like that with a fake criminal record, that is not my criminal record. I think they're fabricating it, but you have to remember, my name, like your name, is a very common name. My name is even James Robert Clark III. There's still a lot of them, okay? So what you have to understand is, if they're not fabricating it, that's to the wrong person. You cannot use that for the purposes you're using it for. If you want, I can help you get my actual criminal record. There's nothing really there to do anything with, because I didn't do anything, not of any, craziness. But the thing is, please do not get yourself in trouble. And no, I'm not trying to keep you from keeping me out of Argentina. If you really don't want me to go to Argentina, I won't. I just, you're doing this. I don't know if you're doing this to get famous or think you're famous or what you're doing. And, whatever. Yeah, I cared about you. That's what I'm guilty of. And you lied like crazy. You lied like crazy about everything. And you know what you told me privately, and fortunately, I suppose, the crazy person I was living with knows a lot of things, because they were over my shoulder a lot of times when I didn't even know it. So, I mean, yeah, if anybody in this situation needs help, it's you. And I've never tried to tear you down to my level or anything like that. I've always said you were above me. In fact, you're the one that told me not to be so hard on myself when I called myself a stupid idiot about math. That's what you told me. You didn't... I never tried to bring you down. Ever. I've only tried to build you up. Perhaps I built you up too much. Okay? But these people, you did this on purpose, I guess. I guess you know who these people are. I didn't know who they were before this crap started, and I can't believe you're doing this. But if you use that to make it so I can't go to Argentina, I'm not going to Argentina. But I can help you get my actual criminal record. If you want, I will get my criminal record. Have your attorney contact me. I will give him my actual criminal record, which will cost me money. But I do not want you doing this with a fake criminal record for both of us. I will get you my actual criminal record. Please listen to what I'm saying. I don't want this to affect you or me badly. Do not use my fake criminal record. That is not my criminal record that they're talking about. I didn't do those things. Now, the criminal record I give you probably can't be used for that. But I will respect you. You are like, I don't know where you're getting this stuff from, but the thing is, that is not my actual criminal record. If you want my criminal record, please have your attorney contact me. You have my contact information. If he asks for my criminal record, I will go to the state police where I live, and I will get you a copy of my criminal record, and I will I won't fax it because that'll cost a fortune. I will mail it to your attorney. I'm not trying to hurt you. I was never trying to hurt you. Everything I've said I thought was good information because it came from you. And now you're acting like I'm not the only one that sees this, hon. There are other people. Remember, I had other friends on Facebook that saw us communicating. Okay? Keep in mind, I don't, if anybody doesn't want to hurt anybody, it's me that doesn't want to hurt you. That's the truth. And to say that I'm violent, no, I got frustrated a few times. I am not a violent person. And that's what's crazy about this. And I do have to commend you though. You did play these motherfuckers. You did play them good. So I do respect you for that. Anyway, that's all. But if you want my actual criminal record, I'll get it for you. There's not much in there. It's like vagrancy, because I was homeless. Vagrancy and simple trespass or something like that, because I was out. Because when you're homeless, you're out 24 hours a day. So if you're in certain places after 10 p.m. where I live, it's considered trespass. That's all that was. I never did anything. I've never committed a real crime in my whole adult life. Okay? Not my adult life. And criminal and child records are sealed. And when I was a child, a lot of it was self-defense that got taken a little overboard. And you know these things. I told you these things in the past. Well, I never told you about my simple trespass and all, because it's not really interesting. But look, I can't believe you're doing this, and whatever. Whatever, hun. That's all I can say. And you can do whatever you want to me. You can do whatever you want. But I do think it's funny how you played these idiots. You played me too. You played me too, but at least I think when you played me, you did have genuine feelings for me, and then you changed. You changed your mind. And that's fine. I always said you could change your mind. Look, I can't even say I'm gonna miss you, because to me, it's like the original girl that I was talking to she no longer exists. So how can I miss you? You're not the same person. I can't miss you. I guess I can miss the girl that I thought I knew, and that would be fine. Anyway, I do hope that you have a safe, and I'm not, you have to understand this. I really hope that you have a good, productive life. I've always cared about you. I've never tore you down. I thought I was being supportive. I always knew you were better than me. I thought that I thought you felt inferior to me. I never knew that you thought that I thought I was better than you I never thought I was better than you. As you can tell by how groveling I was towards you. But I mean, the one thing you did show me is that I really can't trust anybody. And I guess I have to take that as a lesson. And that you're freaking crazy as hell. Anyway. Have a nice day, hon. And if you need my real criminal record, have your attorney contact me. Please. Please. I don't want you getting yourself in trouble, and because if you do that, I have to do something then. And then this just goes back and forth and back and forth. If you do it with my actual criminal record, I don't have to do anything. I just have to eat what happens. Okay? That's all I have to do is eat what happens. I don't have to contest it because it's not dishonest. Okay? So what I'm saying is, if you use my actual criminal record, I won't have to try and fight it. If you do use a fake criminal record, like the one that they fabricated and or got from the wrong person, then I do have to fight it. But that's not my criminal record. That's not my criminal record, and I think you know that after talking to me. I don't know, you think I'm some kind of monstrous criminal. I don't think you really think that. I think you know that that's made up. If you really think about it, I think you know that's made up. I'm not going to say who this video is for, because if I do that, they might take it out of context. But this is the truth. I finally did watch all of the Daywave radio thing. What someone that was on that show needs to understand is I did not make up those accounts. I have witnesses seeing me arguing with these people. Somebody did that to get me to go on racial tirades against Hispanic people. Okay, that's what happened. And then they did pretend to be your father. I don't know better because I don't know different dialects of Spanish. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't make those accounts. My presumption, I really did only make one account when you denied my math class, which I now understand you didn't even know that I had asked you for a math class, okay? I understand things more clearly. I do see that you were fibbing about a lot of things, including how much we spoke. I'll forgive that, though. Okay, I'll forgive that. And I forgive you for everything, honestly. Like I said, I take responsibility because I'm older than you and because of other reasons that you're aware of. What you need to know is these are the same or similar trolls to the ones that have been bothering us from the second we met each other. Okay, these are those Trump-supporting trolls that would harass you and harass me and would harass me with, they would harass me that I wanted to be with you because you don't look like me, okay? And it's not right that you, I don't blame you. They are manipulating you. I only made up one account, and yeah, I got wound up because I saw what I saw. And you know the truth regarding this situation. Those accounts were not mine. I've never looked at your face. Don't you think if I looked at your Facebook profiles, I would know more? And if the situation with the child is the situation with the child, don't you think that if I was actually stalking you, I would know that? Please think this out clearly. I'm not coming down because I don't want to make you feel unsafe. What I'm going to try to do is, because the plane has to stop in another country that's near there, I'm going to try and go to that country and just spend my time in that country so I'm not wasting the ticket. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. These people saying that you can just get your money back lickety-split, they're idiots. Okay? This is the first time I ever traveled internationally besides to Canada. Okay? Which, you don't take a plane to Canada if you live where I live. But the thing that you need to understand is I'm not lying. I only told you the truth. I think that we did have a breakdown in communication. Look, maybe I wanted things, I'll give you this, maybe I wanted things to be the way I wanted them to be so much that I didn't see, I chose to look the other way on some signals that you may have sent me. But you know that this is a lot different than you think it is. Or not that you think it is. It's a lot different than it's being portrayed. And it's a lot, I really don't believe that you would purposely hurt me, and I don't think that that's what you were trying to do. And by the way, you were nice. You were nice. Because I understand how frustrated you must be. I chose to look the other way, perhaps, because I cared about you so much. And I will admit this, though, you did not clarify things as clear as they could be. And but the thing is, these people are the ones that were harassing us from the beginning, or at least they're similar people, the same kind of trolls. We used to make fun of these people. Now they're us. Now they're doing this to me. Isn't that funny? Anyway, I think you should consider the fact that those accounts that I was arguing with, like Antonio Sanchez, Chimichanga Chimmy, yeah, they're comically ridiculous, but I thought these were accounts made by perhaps, like they claimed, members of your family. And I don't know that... I don't know. I do know that there's, Mexican Spanish and Argentine Spanish and Guatemalan Spanish, etc. But you have to understand, as a non-Spanish speaking person, aside from Puerto Ricans and Cubans, who have more like an African thing going on, aside for that, like a Afro-Latino thing going on, aside for that, pretty much to me, it all sounds the same. You remember that because you told me that I wouldn't be able to know anything because it all sounds the same. All that sounds the same to us. Whether it's a Spaniard from Spain, well, nah, I shouldn't say that. Spaniards actually speak differently than than Latin Americans. But the thing that I'm trying to explain is this. I didn't know any better. Okay? I did not know any better to not think that these people were Argentines. Okay? I didn't know any better because I'm not Argentinian. Okay? I think that you did get played to a degree. I know you didn't try to hurt me. I'm not coming down. To make you feel safe, I'm not coming down. And like I said, if you need my true criminal record, I will give it to you. And you can do whatever you're going to do, but you don't need to because I'm not coming down. I am going to try and go to another country with that ticket. So I'm going to have to spend another whole bunch of time on the phone with these idiots to try and figure this out. But I don't want to waste my money, but I'm not coming down to see you. And if I can't fix it, I'm still not coming down to Argentina. Because if I really did make you feel that upset, I'm sorry. I am sorry. And I really did think there was something going on. And maybe what it is that troll. You remember the troll that I was arguing with? I think it was Tig Manson. That's not a real name, of course. I didn't make up these accounts. But if you remember properly, he stated that you were living happily with your boyfriend and I just needed to leave you alone. These people have been trying to put us against each other since day one. Since day one, they've been trying to make me not like you. And look, I don't know what to think anymore. I mean, the language that you used to insult me was very out of character for you. I could never see you calling somebody a retard, ever. I could never see that. You were very supportive of me. You were caring of me. I wish you would be honest with yourself. I hope you still check my YouTube channel. I really do hope you do. I'm gonna give up on trying to contact you. I'm making a video. If you watch the video, this video is the truth. All of my videos, to the best of my knowledge, are the truth. I can tell you right now, I do not lack the ability to make multiple accounts. I don't know how. Well, I can make multiple accounts, but I don't. I made one, and I don't even like Facebook because I can't post anything to Facebook anyway. They took all my crap down because I posted the truth about Black Lives Matter. Okay? I don't even like going on Facebook. Just keep in mind that I don't think I've ever been dishonest to you. Okay? If anything, I've been a little too honest to you. And I want you to consider that, think about it. Think about the conversations I was having with these trolls. Do you think that these are conversations that I'd be made? They weren't harassing you, they were harassing me about you to get me riled up. And why were they doing that? Because they know that the only thing, and that's the thing, is by removing you from the equation, they can't really do much to me anymore. I don't really care anymore. So they were harassing me regarding you to get me riled up. Okay, because they knew nothing else gets me riled up. If anything, I think this has to do with Donald Trump and me being so outspoken about Donald Trump and these people's affiliations with Donald Trump. I think that's what's going on. And, we used to make fun of the alt-righters for being phonies. And now you've joined the alt-right. Ha ha, I guess they won. That's what they want to think, is they won. But I know you're smarter than this, and I never thought you were stupid. The reason I thought people were making decisions for you, and I'm not trying to offend you, it's because you're a very feminine girl, and I do know that you are very submissive. Okay, I do know that. Or at least that's the way you portrayed yourself, as a very calm, quiet, passive girl. And I thought that somebody was telling you what to do. And that's what was going on, especially after you discredited that troll that said that I might be completely mistaken, and I probably am at this point, regarding the whole situation with the child. And I apologize for that. But these people are lying. They're lying. I will get my real criminal record and I will show it to you. I am not a criminal. And yes, I did work at a mental health clinic, and that mental health clinic was Pendel Mental Health Center. You can check it out. I also worked at what's called a drop-in center. That drop-in center was called the Reach Out Foundation. I have worked in mental health. I have also been a recipient of mental health services. I've never lied about any of this. Any of this, Eliana. Sorry. They're lying to you. They've been the ones, they have to have been the ones behind this from the beginning. I never made up alternate accounts, nor did I make up alternate accounts to argue with myself over you. Think about how insane that is. That's the most, you think I'm crazy, but you have to know I'm not that stupid. Okay? I would never do that. And if that were the case, my heart condition, which is actually miraculously better now that I know the truth, but my heart condition started because of this arguing with these trolls and all. I've had numerous problems, health problems, because of this. Do you think I'd give myself health problems just to argue with myself over you? No. And I didn't make up all these alternate accounts and friend request you with fake names. That's baloney. I never did that. I think what you did is, I think you've been being trolled by trolls. I didn't do that. I'm not a troll. And I don't do that. Everything on the internet can be traced to me. My name is on everything. I have made a couple alternate accounts that weren't affiliated with our stuff to be friends with family members and stuff, because I didn't want people knowing our politics, because it would be offensive to some people that aren't familiar with our political views, if you know what I mean. That's why I made alternate accounts, and if you look at those, what are they? They're James Clark, or James R. Clark, or you know what I mean? So, what you need to understand is I did not make up anything to harass you with. I really did not know anything over the years. If I did, I would know something. I would know something. And if you want, I can show you the Instagram conversation that I'm having with somebody that's defending Royce and trying to get me give up on prosecuting Royce, and still saying that that you're going to be his girlfriend and all this other stuff. I don't care if you want to be with Royce. In fact, if you want to be with Royce, you kind of get what you deserve, because I have a feeling he is a womanizing pig. In fact, I know it because he's all right, okay? And I like when he goes, I'm not an alpha male. Real alpha males don't say they're alpha males. Oh, that's what you're doing right now. My point is don't let these people play you like this. I thought you were playing me when I examined the video and I examined the conversation. No, you're not playing me. But you do want to be left alone, and I will leave you alone. I will not bother you. Unfortunately, the reason I keep making videos is this is a developing situation. I couldn't watch it live because it was upsetting. I watched some of it live, and it was upsetting because all I could focus on was you lying, and I wasn't focusing on what you were saying. And the majority of what you said was true, but there was also the lies about the number of times we communicated, and I know you did care about me, and I know you're lying about that. But that's not the point. If you don't care about me now, I can't change that, okay? But I do think that you know that this is wrong what they're doing to me. You have to know it's wrong, okay? And if you choose to do this to me, that makes you wrong. And it just makes me love you even less. Not that I love you at all anymore. I'm indifferent to you. You chose to have me be indifferent to you. I choose to be indifferent to you. You think that that's the thing is you think I'm this emotional pushover or some weakling, or I was only that way with you because I had somebody I could open up to, or so I thought. Okay? That was the only reason I was so mushy-gushy nonsense with you. I really, really genuinely did fall in love with you. You have to understand that. I would never do any of this crap to you. I really wouldn't. And a lot of it, I don't even have the technological know-how to do it. I'm old as hell, and you know that. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. And you know that we did plan on meeting in Argentina. But that's besides the point. I don't care that these little white lies and fibs and stuff, that's okay. That's okay that you're fibbing a little bit here and there, even if it's against me. They're the ones that did this. They've been trying to turn me against you from the moment we met. I'm not saying it's necessarily the Daywave radio crew, although that's probably who's in my inbox in Instagram. But what I am saying is, it's someone else. Now, I do have hard copies of the conversations we had, and the only reason, and I'm going to take them off of Instagram for you, but the only reason I posted those was because I couldn't risk people thinking I'm insane. You know we spoke, and you know what we spoke about. You know I care about you. Okay, if you want to continue this to hurt me and hurt me and hurt me and hurt me and hurt me, you have to understand this. It's losing its effect because I'm not really caring so much. But I do think that you're being trolled. And I think that you're really being used against me because of my outspokenness against the political establishment, the Republican political establishment, and my outspokenness against the mental health industry. I really do believe that. And you don't have to believe me. Okay, but ultimately what you should do is consider what I'm saying. Okay, consider everything I'm saying. I did not make up those accounts. I did not argue with myself over you. Okay? I didn't. This was done to make me lose my mind. I've gone on a number of racial tirades. You know that's not me. You know that you remember how much I love that you're part Incan, even though you're now claiming not to be part Incan. You know how much I was infatuated with you over that. You know what I mean? I thought it was really neat. We've had numerous conversations about a lot of things, and if you really were just being nice to me, and I've suspected that. I've suspected that you were just being nice to me, and it was because you were a younger girl and things like that. I suspected that, and I would always try to not believe that, because I didn't want to believe that, and you're right there. You're right to that extent. But that doesn't mean that I did all this other crazy crap, because I didn't do it. I did not do any of these things. Okay? And that's what I don't like, is that you're being misled, and you're believing it, and you shouldn't be believing these things. I could tell by your facial expressions and things like that during the show that you were not... You're not aware of what's going on. You're not fully aware of what's going on. Okay? And I'm not saying that you're stupid. Like, this is the thing. You keep thinking I'm saying you're stupid. I know you're smarter than me. That's why I sought you out for breeding purposes. But the thing is, I know you're smarter than me. I've never thought you were stupid. there are other ways people can take advantage of people than besides outsmarting them. Okay? There's other ways, like manipulating them. And I think you're very book smart. I think you know a lot about books and history and engineering, like you said, and mathematics. Everything I know that, and I admire that greatly. I think you lack an intelligence, an interpersonal intelligence. I don't think you know how to tell when people are lying to you. I'm not lying to you. You can actually look at things. I mean, I'm not lying to you. I'm not, okay? I'm not coming down to Argentina. If you need help to keep me out of Argentina, I will help you. But you're being lied to, and we both have been pitted against each other, like I had said from the beginning. You can refuse to believe this if you want, but I'm not lying. I will take down those photos on Instagram. If you want any of that information, ask me. I'm not trying to get you to communicate with me, but I'm serious. If you need the, I just want you to know that I did not do any of this to you. I didn't do any of it to you. Somebody else did. Actually, a number of people did, and they're trying to drive me crazy. And I will leave up the other things that aren't our conversations. And the one thing that did upset me is, you did ask me if I was a sapiosexual, And no, I love you for well, I don't love you anymore. But I liked you. I did love you, not because of your brain so much, but because of how sweet you were to me and how supportive you were of me. That's the truth. You have been this is what you need to understand, Eliana. Okay, I said your name. You were the most caring and supportive person I've ever had in my life. You know I've had a terrible life because I've told you about my life. My life isn't that great right now. But you know that, you have to know at some level that I would never do this to you. I've never actually been angry at you. I've gotten quite frustrated, but not... I'm probably just wasting my breath because now you're a member of the CIS. But I'm just putting this out there so you know what I'm saying. I am going to sue them. They will be sued, and they will be brought to justice. They can laugh it up all they want. Something will happen to them legally. This is bullshit. You can't just spread around people's criminal records like this, especially when they're not my criminal records. My guess is that it's either a different James Robert Clark or James Robert Clark III. That's my first guess. My second guess is that it's a complete fabrication. That's not me. Okay? I'm not coming down ever because you don't want me to come down. I will never be in the country of Argentina. I will never be there because you don't want me to be there. If I have to eat the cost of that ticket, if I can't figure out how to use that ticket to go somewhere else, I eat that. I eat that $800, the $788. I eat that. I will do that for you instead of making a big deal out of this crap. I didn't try to make a big deal out of this. Really, I was just going to come down and I was hoping that you might have the desire to see me. I was going to make a whole bunch of videos telling you when I was coming down. I don't have any fear of you or your family. Okay? Because I realized it wasn't your family. And if you were watching my videos as much as you were, you'd probably understand that. But you had people posing as family members of yours. And speaking in bad, like I said, bad Mexican. And sometimes it would make sense, like, this can't be her. This can't be her family. But then they'd keep it up. Every time I started realizing it, they'd amplify it and amplify it and amplify it until I got very, very angry and I started not thinking rationally again. This is what these people do. If you watch their other programs, they try to do this to people to get them to kill themselves. This is what they do to other people. Okay? They're not going to get me to kill myself. I can promise you that. I will leave you alone. That's their goal. Their goal the whole time has been for me to leave you alone, to keep us apart, to pit us against one another. You know this if you think back to when we were friends on Facebook. You know all this. You know all this. I'm sorry that I was so persistent in trying to talk to you. I'm sorry, and it stops now. It stops now. And I'm not trying to find you on social media or anything like that. I hope you see this video. I hope you watch this video entirely. You have to know at some level that you have to know that I really did love you. Whether you cared about me or not, that doesn't matter. You have to know that I really loved you. And you have to know that because I loved you, I would never do this crazy crap. Yeah, I've said a lot of crap, but like I said to you, I was saying that to mess with their head, and it would seemingly get them angry. Probably because they have a mad crush on you, which is also corroborated by what's in my Instagram inbox, because they wanted to steal you away from me. I didn't have you, apparently. I never had you, and that's fine. I never, ever, ever tried to make you think that you were mine or anything else. I wanted you to be mine, but I wanted you to decide to be with me. To be honest, if you remember, I said, if I come down because you were worried about not being able to talk to me, I said, we can just sit together, and we can just sit there. We don't have to say a word to one another. You know how you know who I am, Eliana. You know who I am. You know who I am. I know you weren't working with them. After I watched the video, you seem as confused as I do, honestly. You really do. And I didn't make those accounts. I swear I did not make any accounts. Besides, I must have used, when I used Michael Sanchez, I must have been just, boom, I put it there because it's a Spanish name. But I didn't make up the other accounts. And I didn't argue. If you notice, there's no trolling between me and Michael Sanchez. Because Michael Sanchez is a dead profile on Facebook. I never made up the Michael Sanchez, but the Antonio Sanchez, that's a troll account. I didn't know it was a troll account. I didn't know that these were troll accounts. I should have figured it out, but you have to understand, I'm old, and I never liked the internet. The only thing that made me like the internet was you and gerontology. Okay? You and gerontology, that was it. Okay? And it's just, it's upsetting to me that you believe this as easily as you believe it, but I know that you are believing something that is not true. Okay? Think about it. I'm never going to talk to you again unless I make another video like an idiot that they're going to use to make money off of us. Okay? I'm not going to try and find you on social media. I'm not coming down to Argentina. I will never be in the country of Argentina. I didn't make anything up. As far as I knew, everything I was saying was accurate. And yeah, I might have turned a deaf ear to some of the signals you were sending me, but the signals were not that clear. They weren't that clear. But I do think maybe because I wanted things to be a certain way, I ignored them. Okay, and I was suspicious that maybe you were just being nice to me because, you're like, oh, this poor old man. But I didn't want to believe that. And sometimes I did, you didn't clarify it enough to make me know that for sure. And I do know that you tried very hard not to hurt me over the years. You telling me that I'm a retard and to fuck off, that, I understand that you're saying that, that's not you. That's not you, and I know you probably had to try very hard to tell me that. But I didn't do any of these things. The only thing I'm guilty of is continuing to try to find out what was going on. But I didn't make up any fake accounts. As I said, I did that to respect your autonomy, anonymity, etc. I knew that you needed space. I just didn't know you needed that much space. Okay, that's a lot of space. And when I applied for the math class, I didn't know you didn't have the ClassGap app still. Okay, I didn't know that. When I applied for that class, I honestly thought, she's going to teach me math, and this will be a cute way for us to build rapport with one another. I was always trying to build rapport with you, and maybe you didn't want to build that rapport, and I should have respected that. But it was not the clearest signals that you were sending me, especially after the other things that you told me. Okay? And I didn't do these things to you. It's other people that are using you to do things to me. And I wish you would understand that. I can't make you understand anything. Take what I'm saying for what it's worth. If you really think about these things, you know how I feel about you, and or have felt about you, I should say. I am indifferent to you at this point, because it's killed me inside. To love you, it has killed me inside. Not for many years when I actively was loving you, yes, it made me feel good. Even though it caused me health problems, it made me feel good that I actually loved somebody like I loved you. But these recent developments, it's killed me on an emotional level, and that's fine. That's fine. I can deal with that. I can cope, as everybody says. But the facts are the facts, hon. I didn't do any of these things, and I have witnesses that see me arguing with these people. Okay, they see me arguing with them on my phone and on, that I wouldn't be arguing with myself. Okay, I'm not that crazy. I'm not that demented. These people are that crazy. And if you watch their other things, like watch the Friends of ROTC. Watch what they do to other people. And it's horrible. And I know you would never condone that type of behavior. Okay, but I mean, this is my last plea that you try to understand that I'm telling you the truth. I never do. And I just hope you understand that. I don't know. I think that they might have even made up trolling accounts with my name for all I know. I don't know. I really don't know. Because I wasn't involved in any of it. And that's all I can say. I think it's them. If you look at the comment sections of my videos, I still have Chief Handler. Now they retired Chimichunga Chimmy and all them, but if you look at the comment sections of my videos and look at the people commenting in them, they're the same alt-right idiots that were harassing us from the beginning that didn't like that I wanted to be with you because you didn't look like me. Okay? That's what it is. And they just finally found a way to get to me. They found a way to destroy me, but they didn't destroy me because they're going to have to try harder. And what I've noticed is these people, they just don't get it. They don't get it. They're not going to destroy me. They can keep me away from you and they can make me give up on you, but they can't destroy me. They can't do it. They can keep trying, but they're not going to succeed. And I really think you need to fully consider what I'm saying. I don't think you've considered much of anything that I've said. I think that you're going by emotion, which is odd, and you should be going by your big, beautiful brain. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't do any of this. I'm not tech savvy. I'm so not tech savvy that I'm lazy. I wouldn't take the time to do this crap. The only thing I took the time to do with technology was try to find you. And when I'm researching gerontology and health topics online, that's the only thing I take the time to do with technology. I did not do this to you. They did this to us. And it's fine if you don't want me involved in your life. I'm not involved in your life. That's your choice. I may have taken things out of context and things like that, but I didn't do this. It was people posing as your family to get me mad at you and get me to go off on racial tirades and everything else. I did not do any of that. I am the one that responded with the racial tirades. Okay, I did that. I don't understand that Argentinians don't say "essay" a lot. I've never been to Argentina. You're the only Argentine I've ever talked to at length. And you're denying I even did that. But you're the only Argentine I've ever spoken to. I don't know Argentinians. I know Mexicans, I know Puerto Ricans, I don't know Argentinians. You're the only Argentinian I've ever spoke to. I don't know how they talk. Okay? I'm sorry. But this was not me. You're greatly mistaken, and I think you've been greatly misled by people. And if you don't want me to come down, I'm not coming down. But you really, when I saw the look on your face, I was watching it. I couldn't watch it live. It hurt too bad. It really did. It did hurt too bad. So I watched it, okay, and then I realized the look on your face, you seem a little off about things too. And I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm saying if you really think about this, a lot of it doesn't make any sense. Okay, a lot of it doesn't make any sense. So you're going to have to think, does this sound like something James would do? You know me, I don't hide crap. Does this sound like something James would do? Or does this sound like something a troll would do? You know I'm not a troll. I don't care about crap. I like to use the internet to do research. That's primarily what I use it for, or to purchase books. I don't use the internet to harass people. That's the truth, or to disseminate what I know through these videos, but I don't use the internet to harass people. You know that. And if you took what I did as harassment, I'm deeply, deeply, deeply apologetic. I just really, really, really loved you. That's the truth. I'm deeply apologetic that I did things that you thought were harassment. I didn't mean to make you feel unsafe. I didn't mean to make you feel uneasy. I went off a lot because of these trolls, and you know, look, I can't explain this any more clearly, but you need to think this through and think about how much of it doesn't make sense, because like 3/4 of this crap doesn't make sense. And I recognize you were telling a couple fibs here and there. That's okay. You're allowed to do that. I'm not going to be mad at you. Okay? But I really think you need to consider how much of this crap doesn't make any sense at all, and how they're targeting me to hurt me, and that you've been used to hurt me. But really, it's starting to lose effect, because I don't care as much. But I do care that you have been taken advantage of. And you can say, oh, well, you're saying I'm dumb. No, I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm saying that you don't have knowledge that they do. They're pretty goddamn stupid, but they know things because they're the ones behind it. So they know things that we don't know. I don't know these things either. Why do you think I look like such an idiot? Do you think I'm stupid? Tell me the truth, Eliana. Or actually, don't tell it to me, but think. Think with your brain. You know how much you thought I was very intelligent. Do you think I'm really this damned stupid? Yes or no? Think about it. I guess I just gotta leave you with that. I don't know what to say other than that.
So, essentially, I do have some proof, eventually it does come out, that I was targeted by the alt-right for wanting to be with a non-white woman. And that is why I was accused of cucking out, and cucking out was a problem because the alt-right had plans for me, okay? And the issue is, this comes from a gentleman named Tig Manson, who was they smell of the alt-right. And I was harassed by these people online, and I was accused of being a race traitor and all this other crap online by the alt-right when I was seeking companionship of a non-white young lady. And I had suspected that's who was behind this the whole time, and people might go, well, I'm alt-right. Like, there was one gentleman that has been very good at defending me that said, I'm alt-right. The alt-right is not a political opinion or affiliation. Some people that are, I don't even know how you define alt-right political affiliation because it's so varied. But essentially, I guess you could call it like Trumpism. There's a lot of it. Although some of the alt-right have done what I've done and ditched Trump. See, I ditched Trump in the beginning, and a lot of them didn't like that. A lot of them didn't like that I kicked Trump to the curb in the beginning when he attacked Syria. After he went like, and then after he attacked Syria, whoo, that went south real quick. He started letting everybody out of prison, giving all of our money to Israel, all sorts of crap. And I was like, woohoo, yeah, this is the most liberal coup. And not to mention the red flag laws for gun owners. He started like going super liberal. And it's because of the two people that were really in charge of the government, I think, Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, are radical liberals / bloodthirsty Zionists, in my opinion. And that's the people that he had in charge of everything. And that's why he's letting everybody out of prison. He's putting red flag laws on gun ownerships. And I'm not even against red flag laws. That's what's funny. But I believe that the Constitution must be amended for that reason. But you start looking at the absolute craziness behind behind Trumpism, I guess you'd call it, and you have to actually say, yeah, this is dangerous for the country. And it was extremely dangerous. And a lot of the negative things Biden is doing are really just carryovers from Trump. That's what people need to keep in mind. Now, Obama was not as bad as Trump. I actually made a video that I'll leave in the description called Obama was better for white people than Trump, unless I deleted it to avoid a purge. I might have deleted it already to avoid a YouTube purge. But my point is that a lot of alt-righters got very tiffed when I kicked Trump to the curb and started supporting actual National Socialism again. Okay, that's what I started supporting. Now, people like to call National Socialism far right. It's actually more like radical centrism. And the young lady that I had befriended and then who I had sought companionship with and who I was being harassed over constantly and threatened by the alt-right, she was a justicialist. And that led me to start exploring other forms of third positionism. And I would call myself a U.S. progressive, because that's what I am. I'm like a Theodore Roosevelt style progressive, which isn't too far from third positionism, but it's an ideology that meshes well with U.S. politics, as opposed to it's not made for Europe, it's not made for Latin America, it's made for the United States. And that's why I embrace a Theodore Roosevelt style progressivism. But long story short, there is evidence of alt-right, basically the alt-right threatening me. And what the alt-right is, a lot of people don't understand this. When I was younger, I was a member of a lot of not an official member. I hung around with a lot of pro-whites, okay? And a lot of the pro-white groups really grew when the internet came about in like 1994, 1995, what have you. I didn't have the internet until like 2000 and something, and I really didn't use the internet until I had a cell phone in like 2008. I've just never been into computers. But that's when a lot of the pro-white groups started growing. But then in about like right before the Trump era, and definitely during the Trump era, you saw a lot of the pro-white movements move from, I would say, legitimate pro-white ideas to these crazy alt-right, frantic, half-psychotic, schizophrenic, lunatic ideas that are all over the place. Generally speaking, a lot of pro-white groups, it's like, yeah, we're white and we like being around white people, blah. Like, that's the totality of it. And like some of the political views can be a little rough. But I mean, generally speaking, if you meet most pro-white people, they're not really aggressive towards other groups of people. With the alt-right, they started mixing internet harassment with physical violence. And it finally culminated into physical violence with people like the Proud Boys. And really the alt-right, what they remind me of is like the Antifa of the Republican Party. So the Democrats have their Antifa, who troll and harass and belittle people online and attack them in reality, and so does the alt-right. But the thing is, like, I like to threaten. What I like to do is I like to encourage them to come get me. And nobody's ever come and got me yet. In fact, somebody was threatening that they were at a certain place near my apartment. I went there. They weren't there. The thing is, I'm not easily physically intimidated. Like if people want to physically intimidate me, they'll find out that it's not that easy. Okay, I'm not easy to physically intimidate. And a lot of the alt-right, like a lot of the Antifa, are not exactly ideal physical specimens. I'll just put it that way. They're not exactly ideal physical specimens. But the proof that I got is, if you look in my comments section, there's a lot of cryptic computer nerd nonsense about me ascending to a higher place if I forget the young lady that I was seeking companionship with. And the good news for me is I kind of did forget her, because she don't want to be with me. Although I think she was misled, she don't want to be with me. Okay? And she didn't want to clarify things with me on a person-to-person basis, and she chose to do it through alt-righters, which was not the right thing to do for her or me. But I'm not going to drop it. This is the thing. I can't drop it because you can't defame somebody publicly like that, make up false criminal records. You can't even tell their true criminal records online to harass and have people get them. This is very much against the rules of conduct online. It's illegal. You're not allowed to do that. It's against federal law. In fact, I used to, out of curiosity, because I have younger people in my family, I would regularly check the sex offenders registry to make sure there weren't any sex offenders near me. And it states, that you can't be using that information to harass or whatever, or attack these people. And the same is true with any criminal background check. So what these alt-righters did, like on Daywave radio, is very much against federal law. Very much against federal law. And I will be contacting the FBI on the suggestion of a friend of mine that practices law to have this taken care of. But what's interesting is that these people, why do they do this? Why does the alt-right have like this computer presence? Like a lot of us old-fashioned, I guess you'd call skinheads, we were into like working out at the gym. A lot of us were into like straight edge. I wasn't into straight edge, like the music or whatever, and I didn't get into veganism until later, but straight edge is basically like salubrious living, and people can look up what salubrious living is. But it's veganism and exercising, living a straight edge life, which was made by basically neo-Nazi skinheads, neo-Nazi punk rocker skinheads, as a finger in the eye of the punk rock culture that was all about drugs and alcohol and all that. And a lot of people like to say straight edge was created by the drug and like the regular punk rockers. They never want to give credit, because a lot of Antifas are straight edge now too. They never want to give credit to the people that really did it. But the thing is, a lot of them are straight edge, so a lot of them were into like working out, staying in shape, being healthy, not engaging in premarital sex, living a clean, sober, and productive life was the idea of straight edge. So that's what a lot of National Socialist people did. I never really cared for the punk rock type music. I was more into classic rock, honestly. That's my kind of music. But that's the gist of that. The difference is the alt-right are people that grew up on the computer. They grew up on the internet. They grew up plugged in. And they've been playing video games so long that they're beginning to think they live in a video game. So the online harassment is an extension of this mindset that everything that's taking place in cyberspace is reality. And that's why they behave the way that they do. But if you look at the cryptic messages left by these idiots, like it's all like Star Wars nonsense and all this crap. They want me to ascend to my next level. Yeah, whatever. And this kind of harassment did start at the time that I began to seek companionship with that young lady. And they were very mad that I was seeking companionship with a non-white. And it was made very apparent to me that that was the reason, mostly in private threats over Messenger. And that's a lot of it. Now that immediately translated into when she would comment on my videos or say something nice on my videos, they would immediately accuse me of using my quote, and I can't say it, I can't say that, never mind. I was going to say what they would call her, but it was a number of racial slurs, and they would say the only reason she was making positive comments on my videos was because she was my wife, and she wasn't my wife. And I think I've responded once that if she were my wife, I would be elated to have her as my wife because she's superior to any of them or something of that nature. But that's how it worked, and this has continued to spiral out of control until it has reached the point where I'm being openly defamed. Now, I've been doxxed 1,000 times. I don't care about being doxxed. The thing that people don't understand, this is what you have to remember about in the real world. So you're doxxed on the internet. Somebody can come get you. I live in a neighborhood where somebody can come get me every time I go to get my mail. Every time I take the trash out, somebody could come get me. I don't live in a safe neighborhood. In fact, what's funny is the alt-right wants to, like these trolls, don't understand that, they're at a bigger risk of my neighbors than I am. But even then, I'm at a bigger risk from my neighbors than I am from them. And it cracks me up. Like, the stuff that's happened around me is ridiculous. What it is the reason I can't drop this is not because of my lost friend. Okay, I can't drop it because they defamed me with lying about criminal charges that I don't have, which is very illegal, number one, and number two, that's bad for business, man. Bad for business. If it keeps me from being able to live a free and open life. especially if somebody recognizes me on the street from this, or say I'm trying to date a woman and she's a fan of their nonsense show or something and sees me. I can't handle, that can't be tolerated. That's something that cannot be tolerated. And if they think I'm going to tolerate it, they're stupid. Now, I have had my YouTube account hacked. So I don't know how that's going to work. I tried to secure it, but I'm not a computer geek. But they keep putting Revenge of the Cis material into my Eliana playlist. And it's ridiculous. Now, I don't understand computers well, but I do know that my YouTube account has been hacked because people are putting things where they don't belong. And I did try to secure my account. I don't think I did it well enough. What I think they're doing is they're resetting my password via, just the fact that they know my email is fascistclark1984@gmail.com. And for people that are curious as to what my email is, this is the other thing. I want every victim of Daywave Radio and the Revenge of the Cis media to please contact me at my email, which is fascistclark1984@gmail.com. Obviously, I don't think that most people can donate to the fundraiser I'm having to raise a legal defense thing, but I don't think I need it, actually. But I want anyone that has been victimized by Daywave Radio to please get a hold of me at fascistclark1984@gmail.com. fascistclark1984@gmail.com. And please let me know how Daywave Radio or the Revenge of the Cis media has harmed you, whether they've hurt you personally and how they have hurt you personally. I will not release it publicly, and if I do, I will ask for your consent so that I can mention it in the video, but I won't mention your name in the video. But anyway, if you've been harmed by Revenge of the Cis media, please contact me immediately at your earliest convenience at fascistclark1984@gmail.com. And somebody had told a gentleman that I was an avowed fascist. I'm not now. Okay, I do agree with a lot of fascism, but this is the thing. What is fascism? A lot of people throw that term around like it's going out of style, but they don't know what it is. And I'm assuming they were doing it because I believe the gentleman might be a homosexual. The thing is, I don't hate people like that. This is the thing. People don't understand this. I really don't hate anyone. That's one of the things. I've never been filled with hate. Never been. I've been filled with reason. I've been filled with trying to understand what is the best fit for me and for my country. Politically speaking, my politics are not done by, this feels like, I feel like fitting into this or fitting into that. Now, I was registered to vote as a National Socialist for quite a time in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And frankly, I'm thinking about, currently I'm a registered Democrat. And the reason why was to vote for Tulsi Gabbard. Unfortunately, that didn't come to fruition. My point is this is beyond our political affiliations, beyond our views on race, religion, national origin, etc. People that are being victimized by Revenge of the Cis media and by gang stalkers and by all these things need to stick together, need to communicate with one another, need to share stories, and need to speak out. The more we speak out, but you have to learn to speak out in a calm, cool, collected manner. That's what you need to do. But please get a hold of me again at fascistclark1984@gmail.com. There will be a link. I'm also going to leave a link to my fundraiser in the comments section. Thanks. That's all. Okay, for the folks in Virgie's little chat there, thank you for the free math lesson, math and Spanish lesson, Eliana. That was very nice of you. So I wanted to make a quick video for my ex-friend referring to my last video, I think it was, about the trolling accounts that weren't mine. In the live stream we were in, and I want to be honest, it felt good to see you in the live stream. I know you're creeped out by me and whatnot, but it did feel good to see you in the live stream. And I'm not going to bother you anymore. I might comment in live streams and stuff. They're not going to stop me from doing that. It's ridiculous if they think they are. But what I wanted to point out is, did you notice how the dude, Virgie, running the group said that Chimichanga Chimmy was a troll? Okay, they all were trolls. They were agitating me on purpose with like the Eliana's taco. Do you really think, like, just think about this, Eliana. Do you think I would make a fake profile with that name knowing how much I don't know, respect you? I mean, you might not think I respect you, but if you notice any of the perverted stuff I say, it's always stuff that I'm doing. I would never defame or objectify you. And you know, unless it's in private. But the thing is, what you need to understand, I'm telling you the truth, those trolling accounts aren't me. They never were me. Okay? So when, like I said, the reason I thought your family was harassing me is these trolling accounts were pretending to be your family. And they were harassing me and harassing me and harassing me. And like I said, when I would think of like, this can't be Eliana's family, because I know, because your dad tried to discourage me from talking to you before, and he did it in Spanish. So I'm like, he doesn't speak English. But then they'd amplify it and amplify it and amplify it, and I'm like, wow, you know what? This must be her dad, because who else would be bothering me this much? And he was claiming to be your dad, so I'd be like, okay, well then F it, it's her dad. I don't know who else would be doing this to me this persistently. You know what I mean? So that's why I thought your family was harassing me. I am very sorry for that. Very sorry. Okay? That was a mistake based on somebody else's actions. Okay? I was the victim of somebody lying to me. And I want you to know, I'm not coming to Argentina. As I said in a previous video, I'm not coming to Argentina. And I'm going to try and go to another country. It's next to Argentina. It's where the Incan Empire reigns supreme. And don't worry, nobody will know where that is except you and me, because none of these people know anything about anything. So I don't have to worry about that. But you know where I'm going. It's where the Incan Empire reigns supreme. But the facts are the facts, honey. If I knew I was upsetting you this badly, what you need to understand is these things that you're saying tonight on these programs, you should have told these to me, and if I would have known that you were upsetting me this much, that I was upsetting you this much, I probably would have stopped. I didn't know I was upsetting you that much. You have to believe me. You have to believe that I care about you enough that I would have stopped if I knew this. I thought I really did think, because of these trolls, I really did think you were in some sort of danger. I was like, wait, she's not talking to me and people are threatening to murder me. Well, how am I going to take that? Do you know what I mean? You have to understand this. I'm telling you the truth. I am telling you the truth. And I'm not coming to Argentina. I'm going to that other country. They were allied with Argentina against the British in the Falkland Island Wars. There, I'm giving you more hints that nobody else will get besides you and me. I'm sorry that I upset you as badly as I did. Okay? And I do know, and this is what you have to understand, you know how you thought you were mean today on Daywave radio? You have no idea the chicks I've dated. No idea. Okay, so that was probably like 3/4 of mean. Like that's like 75% of your mean level. You go up to 80, 85, 90, probably even 100%. It's not scratching the surface of the chicks I've dated. Which is one of the reasons I thought you were so nice. So don't worry. I'm not mad at you. I'm not coming down to Argentina. I took those photos off of Instagram. I have hard copies of them. I'm sorry I did that, but you have to understand, they kept telling me I'm a liar and telling me this and telling me that. I put them up so people knew I wasn't crazy. Do you understand that? I didn't want people to think I was crazy. People already think I'm crazy for how much I like you, but as one of my subscribers said, hey, you're a 10 out of 10. And you are a 10 out of 10. That's not a lie. And as I said in the live chat, you equal muy bonita, baby. I don't know what to say other than that. I will leave you alone as best I can. As I said, I keep making videos because this is a developing situation. Okay? But I'm not coming down, and if I have to, I will eat the price of that ticket. Okay? It's worth it to me if you feel more safe. It really is. And you can go ahead and do whatever you're doing with whatever you're doing. As I've always said, my concern is your safety. That was why I was coming down, and you don't have to believe that. No, I wasn't trying to turn myself into a hero. It's just that's the kind of person I actually am. I'm not a hero,
But I am the kind of person that would do that for a friend, and I thought you were a friend of mine that needed help. Because of the situation, this is what you need to understand. I thought you were a friend of mine that needed help because I had people like Chimichanga Chimmy, Tig Manson, Antonio Sanchez, and all these other people harassing me, claiming to be your family, threatening to kill me, and I didn't know what was going on down there, and you're not talking to me, so I was thinking that your family was mad that we were talking. I'm just trying to explain what was going through my head because of the false information I was being given. So I'm thinking maybe her family it doesn't really like me because I'm white, okay, and they want to keep me the hell out of Argentina so that she can't talk to me because she wants to talk to me, and you just weren't talking to me, and you weren't clear to begin. This is what you have to understand, and I've told you this in the past, and this is what you don't understand. The voice messages you sent me on Instagram, I couldn't hear them because my ex-girlfriend was listening to them, and I didn't want her knowing my business. That was the problem. If you remember, at the time you sent them to me, I was taking care of my ex-girlfriend because she was on bed rest due to a spinal issue. She had, well, I'm not going to tell you what the spinal issue is, but I can tell you it did not involve me, because that's what they're going to say, is that I did it to her. No, I did not do it to her. She had a spinal issue that did not involve me. But my point is I was taking care of her, if you remember, and she encouraged me to talk to you, and you thought it was, you actually liked that she said it, that I should ask you because I would be really disappointed if I was single and alone and miserable, and you were single and alone and miserable, and we just never knew what the other one was thinking until I was like 80 years old. And that's why I contacted you, and then you sent me those voice messages, but you didn't type it out, and I kept telling you, you need to, I don't know if I told you actually, but I didn't hear the voice messages. I know I told you after the fact. The next day we were talking on Facebook, and we were talking about the Haitians in Chile and the Haitians in Argentina. And then you blocked me because I did my usual thing, and I said stuff about you, how you're like you can be the queen of the Nile as well as the queen of the Amazon, or something like that. I said something goofy. And yeah, I remember all that. And you have to understand, I don't know. I genuinely do not know what you said in those messages. All I remember is you said that we're different. That's all I remember. Okay? And I do respect you, and I do care about you, and I'm not coming down, okay? I really do care about you. I didn't know I was upsetting you as much as I was, but my weird, insane anti-Hispanic tirades, I'm so bad at Spanish I can't even say the word Hispanic. They were because I was being trolled by people pretending to be Hispanics that were not me. They were not my profiles. I think these friend requests, because I can tell you for a fact, aside for that Michael Sanchez account, which I take full responsibility for, and I think Sanchez was in my head because of the Antonio Sanchez troll account that's not mine, I wasn't thinking, I was just like, oh, Spanish name, and probably Sanchez came to mind because that's who's been harassing me for so long, okay? And it's not, I didn't know it was a troll account. They claimed to be your boyfriend. I have emails. I didn't write the emails. I don't know what to say, but I wanted to let you know I'm done. I know I keep making videos, but it's a developing story, and they're just milking the hell out of this. But I really did care. It's not that I don't care about you now. I do care about you. I do care about you very much, and that's why I'm not coming to Argentina. I had no idea that I was upsetting you to the level that I was. And like I said, by the way, you were nice. You just don't know you're nice because you don't know the level of crap I've put up with from women. Anyway, take care. I'm not coming down. I'm going to try and fix the trip so that I go to another country. I'm trying to think of something else in that country that won't give it away. I can't. Oh well. They got, wait, what are them? I thought I remembered the name of the indigenous people there, but I didn't. Anyway, that's all. But I was telling you, these were not my accounts. They were other people's accounts. I think they were harassing me and you. I didn't make any accounts to friend request you or anything for years. For years I haven't tried to friend request you. Okay, and I really didn't look at your profile for years. Like I said, if I'm wrong about that kid's parentage, I'm wrong because I'm not stalking you, not because I am stalking you. I'm not stalking you, or I would know stuff that I don't know, and I don't know anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know some stuff about you from before, back when we were talking, although you claim we weren't talking, but I know nothing about you. over the course of the last however many years. I think it's like 3 years we haven't been talking, since 2018. I don't know anything about you from that time to this time. So I would have to, like, if I was stalking you, I'd know stuff, don't you think? Like that kid isn't yours? Do you know what I'm saying? I would know that if I was stalking you. I'm not stalking you. I just wanted a math class, and I've been making you videos, and I've been having anti-Hispanic tirades because of the allegedly Hispanic trolls that have been harassing me. Okay? I didn't mean... Like I said, I don't know different dialects of Spanish. I'm not a Spanish speaker. And to me, it all sounds alike. It all sounds alike. I don't know the difference between Guatemalan and Mexican, or Mexican and Peruvian, or Peruvian and Argentinian. I don't know any of the differences in the dialects or the way they speak or anything like that. And like I said, every time I started thinking this can't be her family, it just can't be, it doesn't make any sense, they would start up again and again and again and again until they pushed me over the edge, and I would freak out. You know me well enough to know that I care about you enough that I would not make a video that animated. It's because people were making me angry on purpose so that I would act up and scare you, probably. And I don't even know what the reason was, except because they knew you got under my skin and they wanted to bother me. And I didn't mean to upset you. I really didn't. I really didn't. And I want you to understand that. And yeah, I'm very sorry about everything. I really did not know. I really didn't know. And I'm sorry. I really am sorry about everything. Okay? I don't know what I have to do other than that. I'm not taking down any of my videos I might take down the Eliana videos if I'm assured that you watched them, because I want you to watch those videos so that you understand I'm not mad at you. I'm not upset with you. There's nothing. You have to understand, there's other videos that I did. I remember I took them down out of respect to you because I thought they were too gross and whatnot. Because I was being pushed over the edge because these people are trying to say all this stuff. And I would say gross stuff back. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, remember I would do it on Facebook too. Hence the hot vegan beef injections I was talking about that they want to make fun of. Remember when people would say nasty stuff? Do you remember that one time when that one gentleman, Brian, said all that mean stuff about me because I said I was your friend and I couldn't come down right away? And he called me a cuck because I couldn't come down and I was only your friend? So I put him in his place. I went nuts on him for that because he should have respected the fact that we were friends and that, we can be friends without, doing stuff. And you know that. You know my character. You know how I feel about you. Okay? And I'm not coming down and I'm not bothering you. Okay? But I do want to end this with the fact that Daywave Radio is going down. Daywave Radio is going down. By the way, Royce does not know the difference between Andean or Mesoamerican culture. He doesn't know the difference between Andean and Mesoamerican culture. I thought that was important to point out because he looks like a Mexican even though he claims to be Cuban. And that's all for this video. So everybody's curious about my criminal record. Now, I haven't had a chance to go to the state police barracks and get the actual criminal record, but what I want to explain is this. I was homeless from 2008 to 2011. During that time, I incurred a lot of trespassing, loitering, and what's called prowling. Now, what is prowling? Basically, if you're walking around after 10 p.m. in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you can get a prowling charge. That's essentially how it works. The reason Daywave Radio will have to pay for this is because they misrepresented this as a charge of voyeurism. I have never committed an act of voyeurism in my life. Okay? That's why I'm pissed about that. The whole Eliana thing, I actually do want to say this, and I'm saying this to you. You know who you are. I do think it's good. I think that a lot of the stuff that you're saying now, you should have said to me. Okay? And I'm very sorry that I made you feel as uneasy as I did. I didn't know I was making you feel that uneasy. You weren't as clear as you are now. Okay? And I apologize that I made you feel that uneasy, but I didn't know that. Okay? And honestly, what's funny is we needed to talk about this stuff for a good long time and get it out in the open. I would have preferred it was between you and me only, but in a way that's kind of what we're doing now, is we're kind of talking about it. I hope you watch my videos, and I hope you understand that. I wish you were more clear with me in the past, but you weren't. And all these people that are talking, I'm not gonna bother. I'll wait until I have to contest whatever is going on. I'm not gonna do this thing with, oh well, like, cause you fibbed a lot. You did tell a lot of fibs, and I'll wait. I have witnesses that know things about our interactions. Remember, I had friends too on Facebook that I also have in real life that were friends on Facebook. I'm not mad about anything that you said. Okay, as I said, I take full responsibility for how this worked out because I'm older than you, especially when you were 22. Of course, I was older than you because I was like 35 or something like that. And I understand that, you know, it was my responsibility. I didn't know that things were the way they were, though. You weren't as clear as you could have been, but I did have some hints. But the thing is, you would also counteract those hints by saying other things. And that's not what's important. The important thing is that you're actually letting me know how you really felt, and that's important to me. It's important to me that you let me know how you feel. And I wish you would have done this years ago. I really do. I think that you deserve to, you know, feel safe and secure, and I'm sorry that I made you feel unsafe. Okay? As for those trolling accounts that drove me nuts, obviously, with these people constantly bragging that they know this troll or that troll, like Tig Manson and Chimichanga Chimmy and this one and that one, they weren't, and the one Eliana's Taco, for God's sake, again, I would never make that. You have to understand, these are completely fabricated accounts that I had nothing to do with. And I really do believe, because I didn't do anything until that Michael Sanchez account, I really do believe that somebody, because you said one of the parts of that was that I tried to friend request you with false accounts. That's not true. I did not try to friend request you with falsified accounts. I did contact you with the Michael Sanchez account, okay, over the math class thing that I didn't know that you didn't know about the math class, okay? And again, I'm sorry for that. That was another misunderstanding. I'm actually glad that I'm starting to understand things because you're telling other people, but I really think you should have told these things to me. And that's the only part that's kind of a little bit annoying. And also the fibs that you've been telling. You've been telling a lot of like lies, but not enough that it makes me angry. Okay, I'm not gonna get angry at you. I don't think I can get angry at you. I do think what you need to know, I do think that it's absolutely adorable that you think, like, honestly, your anger, you're mean, you're like how mean you are. I used to wake up to that every morning for 16 years. That's like normal. That's not, actually that's less than normal of my ex. Do you understand that? So don't worry if you weren't mean, and I didn't take that as being mean. I'm basically just doing whatever I can before I get boned legally. And letting you know everything I can before I get boned legally. I am going to have to contest it because I don't know if that's an accurate criminal record. And I'll be able to figure that out. The thing that throws me off is I've never received stolen property. And I've never conspired to receive stolen property. That's never been anything that I've ever done in my life. The prowling charge. Prowling is not, people like to make it out to be this horrible thing. It's not what it seems. And I'm going to leave a Pennsylvania definition of what prowling is in the description. I'm not a terrible person. And you have to understand, again, these charges were not necessarily convictions. And I can explain them all to anyone that asks. Not publicly, but yeah, I have different charges, and if I take the time to go to the state police barracks and get them, they're not that serious of charges. They're really not. But the fact that Daywave Radio used these charges, publicly read them out loud, which is illegal, and then used them to incite the public against me, which is illegal. Whenever you get criminal records, you have to promise that you're not going to use them to harass or intimidate people. And they did harass and intimidate me over my phone, constantly calling me, knowing that I didn't want to talk to them, and having other people constantly call, text, etc. And these are crimes in the United States, okay? And what I want to let you know, Eliana, I'm very sorry about how things turned out. I wish they turned out better. I wish you were more open with me at the time. And it's okay that you weren't. I understand. Like, this is the thing. You have to understand. I'm not going to get mad at you. I take responsibility for that. Like I said, I was like 35 and you were 22. And, you know, whatever. I mean, I'm not going to get into what you said and what you didn't say. We know the conversations we had. And I'm not trying to make you look foolish. Okay? I'm not trying to make you look foolish. I could, and I have witnesses. But I'm not going to make you look foolish over the internet like this, because that's wrong. Okay, despite everything that's happened to me, I don't want to make you look foolish. And I really never want to make you look foolish. I think you're not foolish. You're a good person. But I want you to take into consideration, you know, these are all things that we should have been conversing about years ago, and this wouldn't have gotten to this level of craziness. And it's okay that everything turned out this way. It just, the whole thing with my criminal record and all that probably isn't my criminal record, that's a little bit ridiculous. Okay? And that's not your doing, that's their doing. They could have easily gotten a criminal record and quietly gave it to you instead of using it to harass and intimidate me, which is illegal. And that's what you need to understand. I'm not mad at you at all, Eliana. And I think that you did a really good job of handling this. I do think you fibbed a lot, and I think you told a lot of half-truths. I think you left out a lot of things. And I could explain things a lot more about, you know, things you said about our age difference and stuff like that. And I remember a lot of things. Remember, I have a good memory too. And I just want you to know I'm not here to do that to you. I'm not here to make you look foolish or anything like that. I am going to have to contest this thing, though, probably based on the false criminal record. I think there's a false criminal record there. Or there's false charges in there. And then in that case, I'll have to figure them out on my own. But my point is that this has gotten to a level that is ridiculous, and this has been handled very one-sidedly. Although I have had a chance to speak out on my channel. And I hope you're watching my videos. I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. I hope you realize I'm not angry at you. I've been very frustrated, but that was because of these trolls that were pretending to be your family. And I know you think I'm making it up, but I'm not making it up. I'm really not. These trolls, Tig Manson, Chimichanga Chimmy, Eliana's Taco, Natural Bodybuilder 100%, all these Ice Queen, I'm trying to think of all of them. There's so many of them, it's ridiculous. They were not me. They were not me. And they were arguing with me. Some of them, like Tig Manson, Chimichanga Chimmy, your big head, your giant big head. And if you notice, people like JJ Stoner have made fun of my big head. My head's not that big, for God's sakes. So perhaps that might be who my big head is. Your big head, your giant head, those things. That might be who that is. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't doubt anything. I think a lot of these trolls are alternate accounts of the people that run these programs, these YouTube programs. And I think that you've been taken for a ride. I really do. But I am glad that everything's out in the open. I am glad that I have a clearer understanding of everything that's going on, or that was going on. I so wish you could have been more honest with me, okay? And I do believe you that the reason you weren't more honest with me is because you didn't want to hurt my feelings. I also know that you cared about me, okay? And I know that you said you didn't care about me, etc., and that's fine. But the reason you didn't want to hurt my feelings, and the reason you went so gentle with me, was because you cared about me, and you know it. And I know you said some things on the show, blah, 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 blah. That's all in the past. Okay, I don't hold grudges against you.
And I still take responsibility for what happens even though you're 26 now. Because, I was older than you. And yeah, that's about it. And I don't infantilize you, okay? Or that's not what I'm doing. The reason I would always try to be extra kind to you, I guess is how you would say it, or extra gentle with you, is I never wanted to push you away. And I think, interestingly enough, that is what pushed you away. And I'm sorry about everything. And that's all. You know that we had a more active social life on social media, and I have witnesses that know that also, and that's not a problem. Not for what's going on here, because I don't want to publicly humiliate you or anything like that. That's not my goal. But I do care deeply for you. I will always care deeply for you. But the thing is, I'm gonna have to make myself indifferent to you. And that's gonna be very hard, to make myself as indifferent as I have to be. Because I spent 6 years in love with you. And that's the truth. And I'm gonna have to work on making myself indifferent to you. Okay? So I'm not trying to humiliate you or anything like that. And that's really it. I just want you to know that however this turns out, this is not going to turn into me against you. This will turn into me against the system, maybe, but it's not going to turn into me against you. I'm not going to humiliate you or anything like that, or not purposely. I care greatly for you, kiddo. Oh, I said kiddo. Uh-oh, what's going to happen now? Anyway, I hope you're doing well, and I care, like I said, I care greatly for you. And thank you for the free math and Spanish lesson. And I do have higher testosterone than Royce. Just look at our body compositions. So essentially, Royce Lopez and his crew, particularly J.J. Stoner, have forced me to go to the Federal Bureau of Investigation regarding this situation. I didn't want to do this. And the reason why is, people might not know this, but I'm not really a big fan of law enforcement. But they forced my hand. How did they force my hand? Well, since the beginning of this, I've been getting harassing, threatening, and intimidating phone calls, harassing, threatening, and intimidating emails, harassing, threatening, and intimidating text messages, harassing, threatening, and intimidating voicemails. The point is, and the other thing is the whole criminal record thing, which is illegal. What they did was completely illegal. So I had to go to the Federal Bureau of Investigation regarding this because I had no choice. Okay, that's what happened. I had no choice. Now, yeah, there was a misunderstanding between me and my friend that was blown out of proportion by these people to make profit. But what they don't understand is I have proof of her communicating with me after the denunciation. Okay, what they don't understand is I know how to gather and catalog evidence. I'm no idiot. And this has been a 3-ring circus here, and I'm tired of the crap. So I've been trying to be as nice as possible, but the fact that they milked this thing, and milked it to make money off of it, to make money off of my suffering. You see, I'm not like these other people. I'll bite back. Okay, that's what you don't understand. I will bite back, and I will, if I have to submit a formal complaint like I've had to do with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to investigate this crap, that's what I have to do. Now the thing is, it's not just me they're doing this to. They are doing this to many, 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 many people. It's not just me. So with any luck, the FBI will get to the bottom of this, and some people will be getting prosecuted. As for the situation between my friend and I don't know how that's going to turn out. But what I do know is that is probably an incorrect criminal record. Probably an incorrect criminal record. And the thing is, the things that I, quote, admitted guilt to, very minor things. They might be enough to keep me out of Argentina, but they're very minor things according to the United States. Now, it's funny because that's one of the things I love about Argentina, is they keep the trash out of their country. That's one of the most beautiful things about Argentina. So much so that the UN is actually mad at them for stopping the migration of other Latin Americans into Argentina. But yeah, that's one of my favorite features of the Argentine government, is they like to keep the garbage out of their country.
I think in the long run, my friend's going to regret what she did. But you have to understand, on top of this, I get harassing, intimidating, and threatening, Instagram messages. This is cyber harassment, okay? What was happening between my friend and I was a misunderstanding. But as I said, I have evidence of her trying to communicate with me in live streams, purposely trying to aggravate me. And I also have evidence of her making light of the whole situation, finding it to be humorous. So this is not going to end well for Revenge of the Cis or Daywave Radio or any of this. This has been taken way too far, and I will put an end to it.
So I was advised not to speak at length at this because it might impede the investigation. And also I have a pending defamation lawsuit in the works. I call it pending because I don't want to go after my friend, okay, who isn't my friend apparently. But the thing is, yeah, you people don't intimidate me because I'm the one with all the evidence. You have no evidence. All you have is evidence that I'm concerned about someone. I have evidence that I was harassed consistently online, by the phone, etc. By a group of people that harass people for a living. That's what they do. And unfortunately, my friend, who knows she lied, unfortunately, she blatantly lied, and I have several witnesses to refute what she said. But also, she encouraged me to commit suicide a number of times, which is also illegal. But my criminal record was taken out of context. Now, some of the things on my criminal record may have been, see, this was the problem, is I have a brother who has the same initials as me. His name is Joseph Regis Clark. And he was using my driver's license number and my identity in the commission of crimes. Now, most of it I've gotten thrown out. And I've had to go all over the country, down to Virginia and elsewhere, to try and get these things thrown out. And I've gotten most of them thrown out because, honestly, it wasn't me. We look different. The gentleman is much heavier than I am, my brother. So his name's Joseph Regis Clark, also known as Joseph Regis O'Rourke. And yeah, he's much heavier than I am. He has an olive complexion. He has brown eyes instead of, green eyes as I do. We're a different height. Very different looking people. So it's not usually hard for me to get these things thrown out. However, being that I might not have been aware of some of these, this might explain why I might have some charges on there that I don't know of. I also don't think that's my criminal record, but I have to get to the state police barracks to figure this out. Now, the situation with my friend, I'm trying to, because what the defamation, the problem is they want me to go after her as well as Daywave Radio, and I don't really want to do that. I don't think that she did anything wrong. I think she was misled into this. I think she was led to believe that I'm a dangerous person when I'm not, or at least I'm not dangerous to her by any stretch of the imagination, and I think she would know that if she actually took the time to think about it. Now, the thing is, there was a complete misunderstanding between the two of us that was caused by a breakdown in communication. But other than that, there's no evidence that I've ever threatened that girl, because I didn't. I was highly concerned about that girl, and there is evidence that people from unknown email accounts with ridiculous names have been threatening me for years, as well as in the comments section of my videos, on Instagram. And the other thing is, many people that I thought I could trust were not people I could trust. A lot of these people were trolls that I didn't know were trolls, okay? And my new motto is block them all. I don't have time to deal with this crap. This childish nonsense needs to stop. I do feel very sorry for my friend. I feel very sorry for her. I think that she was misled into thinking things about me that were either completely fabricated or are not true at all. Like the one charge, the constant mischaracterization of a prowling charge, which I didn't even know I had a prowling charge. That's why I don't even know if that was me. If it was me, I think it was from when I got caught sleeping in the vestibule of an apartment building. when I was homeless. You see, they give you charges that best fit what you're doing, but as far as I know, I was never convicted of that. That could also have been a charge from my brother, okay? I personally don't know if I ever had a prowling charge. As far as I know, I've never gone to court for any of these things. So I don't know where these charges are coming from or if they're even mine. They may be false charges, or they may be charges that my brother committed and used my driver's license number as his identifying thing. So my point is this is why you're not supposed to take somebody's criminal record and just read it willy-nilly on the air like this to incite the public against them. Now, it's an obvious case of incitement by using my criminal record to turn the public against me, to harass and intimidate me, which you're not allowed to do when you get criminal records, which is exactly what you people did. You not only harassed me, but you also harassed somebody else, and you know who that person is, which was also, you tried to convince the public that that person was made up to make me look crazier, which again is defamation. You know that person's not made up because you harassed that person. You harassed that person along with me. So you're harassing all these people. Okay, you're trying to make everybody uneasy, but really what's going to happen is you're all going to probably land in prison. That's the whole thing, and I don't even care about the defamation suit. It's just that might be a better way to shut you people the hell up. You're continually harassing me. You've stolen Eliana's likeness. You've stolen the girl's likeness to harass me. I mean, how do I know that, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know that the people that were harassing Eliana over the years were not me, but was the people that are harassing me now, the trolls that are affiliated with Daywave Radio. Okay? They clearly are not me. That was not me. Okay? They're the same people that were harassing me in the comment sections of my videos, threatening to kill me and everything else. So, this is going to stop, but even if it does stop, I'm probably still going to pursue something because this is ridiculous and it has harmed me, it has harmed those around me, and I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. And yes, the FBI, and this is the thing, you say I don't have proof that you hacked my Google accounts. How are you putting videos in my playlists if you didn't hack my accounts? I didn't put those videos in those playlists. And no, I'm not changing any accounts or anything like that. I'm keeping everything the way it is so that when the FBI wants to see my device and see my accounts and everything else, they will see exactly what's there. Because this is ridiculous. This has been a campaign to destroy me, and unfortunately it's involved an innocent person that honestly I was just very concerned about. I think that the evidence proves I was very concerned about her. But the other thing is she was used, they tried to use her to aggravate me in live streams, and I have evidence of that, and they tried to use her to get at me constantly by taking her likeness and using that to harass me. So this has really gotten out of hand, and it's not going to end well for the people doing it. Okay? Somebody's committed a felony here, and it's not me. Not me. And I have proof from the Department of Justice that you're not allowed to do what you did with my criminal record. Okay? Not allowed to do that, at least not without my signed permission. So, you know, that's a bunch of bullcrap. So why am I making this video? Well, there's a couple reasons. Number one, I don't think you pursued anything. Now, I did contact the consulate of Argentina. I'm going to find a way to contest anything that you may have tried to do, okay? And I'm not doing this so I can come down. I'm not coming down, okay? The reason I'm doing it is because of the high level of defamation that took place from you and from the people at Daywave Radio. I can't tolerate that, okay? That's why. The other reason I'm doing this is I haven't started anything yet. I've talked to someone, but I haven't started anything yet, okay? In a couple hours, I will be starting something, I think. And at that point, I won't be able to say or do anything, okay? I won't be able to say anything to you. I won't be able to make any videos. I won't be able to post anything to the internet because it could impede the positive outcome that I will be getting. So that's another reason. What I want you to know, I'm not coming after you at all. That's not why I'm doing this. The reason I'm doing this is because my character has been so ridiculously defamed. Now, Daywave did break a number of laws with what they did, but more importantly, it's just not, I can't tolerate that, okay? I can't tolerate that type of stuff. I've dealt with this my whole life. I dealt with this from my brother from the time what happened was I had moved in with my brother to help him take care of his kid. And you know the story, I think I even told you it. Well, I'm not going to tolerate people defaming me even more, even further. I mean, I can't do it. I can't tolerate it. And it's nothing personal against you. It's just, that's the situation. And once I actually start something, I can't say anything to you. Okay? Now, there is some speculation among some people that they think you may have been paid to do what you did. I don't care. I don't care. The problem is the outcome is the same. But I'm not coming after you. Unfortunately, I may have to due to the nature of the thing. What you need to understand is once this goes to trial, if it goes to trial. See, I did call the Federal Bureau of Investigation to look into this. And they probably are, because I also called the Congressman's office to put a little heat on the FBI to make sure they look into it. Because I'm not tolerating this crap. They did hack my YouTube account. They were moving things around in my YouTube account. They had put 2 videos in my playlist I made for you. I took one of them out like an idiot, and then I realized I shouldn't be doing this, because if I'm doing this, I need to keep everything the way it is in case they want to see my device and all that stuff. But the facts are the facts. This is not good behavior on their part. I choose to think of you as the innocent, pure, godly person you were when I knew you. And you were. You were. I refuse to believe that you're a bad person until I have evidence to prove to me anything but that. Okay, you were a pure, innocent, godly person. You always stood up for people that were weaker than you. You were a caring, gentle person. Now, when this goes to trial, all of our conversations on the internet will be subpoenaed. People will know what we said to each other. People will know that you may have been being less than truthful. It's not my job to embarrass you, okay? I've never attempted to embarrass you in any way, okay? That's not my job. My job is to protect myself from the accusations of, well, unfortunately you, and the accusations of a stupid radio show in Florida. It's not even a radio show, it's an internet podcast. So that's what my job is. And I refuse to tolerate people defaming me. Okay? I'm going to be as gentle as possible with you, as I have always been with you. Okay? And I would never do anything to purposely hurt you. But I have to defend myself. And that's what you need to understand. I do want you to know this, though. They are actively harassing me using your likeness. I didn't lie to you about anything about the trolls trolling me for years. I'm not lying to you about the crap in my Instagram inbox. They have said horrible things about your family. That was not me that said those things. That was them. Or people working for them. Okay? That's all the truth. So you can believe whatever you want to believe, but I'm telling you the truth. You know I don't lie. And, you know, if we ever did meet, you know, we could be Esmeralda and Quasimodo. That might work out pretty well, huh? I think they ended up at the end of that, or was that one of those ones where somebody did something? Anyway, take into consideration that I'm not purposely trying to harm you, but I do have to defend myself against the ridiculous accusations. Okay? And just so you know, my ex-girlfriend does exist, and they did harass her. Okay? She definitely exists. And I am friends with her. And she has witnessed quite a bit. Okay? And I have other people that have witnessed quite a bit.
Okay, and I'm not trying to hurt you, and I had to, like, the thing is, I did contact the Argentine consulate, and I am trying to be proactive in defending myself against any craziness that may be coming up in the future. But this isn't my fault, okay? This is not my fault. I am happy that if you truly were honest about how you felt about me and how I made you feel, I appreciate that. I genuinely appreciate you being honest. Unfortunately, you also lied quite a bit while you were being honest. So yeah, you might see how I'm getting some mixed signals here, especially when you're talking about wanting to vote on who your next stalker is and all this other stuff. I was never your stalker. I never stalked you. Okay, like I said, if I was wrong about that child's parentage, don't you think I would know that if I was actually stalking you? Just saying, I didn't know anything about your life except for some stuff I knew back when we were talking. Okay? I want you to take care. I want you to understand I'm not coming after you, or at least not trying to, but I might have to. And the reason I'm saying this is because I'm not going to be able to say anything at all after I do what I'm going to be doing in a couple hours. And I want you to know that no matter what happens, I care about you. I have always cared about you. And I'm sorry about this. I do think that you are misled by people in the United States and that you do not understand United States law. And I'm sorry that people misled you. And that's all I can say. I wish you would have trusted me more. I wish you would have talked to me privately. I wish we could have worked this out privately. I wish we could have worked this out privately, perhaps with your family there, any of your English-speaking family. I really do think that, whatever. And I do want you to know this. You were an extremely important part of my life when you spent time with me, even if it was over social media. You know that you planned on meeting me when I came down to Argentina. I have proof of that, but I want you to know, even though we never met in person, you caring about me when I needed somebody to care about me really did save my life a number of times. It really did. Okay? You need to know that. You being my friend really did save my life a number of times. Okay? And you need to know that. You are a good person. And until I have proof to the contrary that you're not a good person, I choose to believe that you're a good person. Because I believe that I know who you really are. Okay? So take care and understand, I don't have any hard feelings towards you. I never did. Okay? Even if you did call me Quasimodo. I don't care. Have a good day, hon. I want to be very clear to someone to whom this should concern quite greatly. Look, they're hiding behind you like cowards, and they are cowards, okay? The facts are the facts. I've contacted the state police to clear up what is a false criminal record. There were mistakes made by the police at various levels, okay? I called my brother, okay? I'm going to clear this up. Yesterday, someone on that show, Royce, I think his name was, tried to get me to determine that you're a bad person. It's not going to happen, okay? You're not going to succeed with what you plan on succeeding with, because the facts are the facts. The only reason I continue to make content with you involved in it is because they continually purposely aggravate me and use you to aggravate me. Okay? For goodness sakes, they're using your likeness to aggravate me on Instagram. They have created a false profile with your photograph. Okay? That's not me doing that. Okay? And I have evidence to prove otherwise. So I have oodles of evidence that show the other side. Now, what you need to take into consideration, I don't expect you to believe a single word that I say, because the things that my brother has done are enough to make anyone think I'm a monster if they think I did those things. But I'm not a monster. And I can actually tell you that the harassment charge in 2007, and this is what people don't understand, what that was is I knocked on a door too many times. I was trying to pay my rent, and my landlord refused to answer the door because they wanted to evict me for lack of payment of rent, and I knocked on the door several times, and they refused to answer. That was what that was. I was living in a group home setting, and they can make fun of me for living in a group home setting or anything like that, but what it was is they wanted to evict me so they could move somebody else into the apartment that wasn't me. I knocked on the door too many times. They called the police. I tried to get it thrown out. I even showed that I was at work. I had punched in on my time card I was at work 15 minutes. 15 minutes for the time they said I was there. And even the police officer verified that it probably wasn't me. But the judge just chose not to believe it. And at that time, I didn't know enough about having things appealed and things like that. I was in my young 20s. And, I got boned. But that's the only one of those charges that I know for a fact is mine. These other charges are complete nonsense. What happened is my brother and I have been entangled. Like the one with the dog, I've never taken a single thing in my life, not even a pack of gum, or a piece of gum, or anything, not even a morsel of food. I would go without eating for 2 weeks at a time. Which proves that I have superior genes. No, I'm just joking. But the point is, I have not owned a dog since I was a child. Okay? I haven't. So in 2013, and I have people that can verify that, in 2013, I didn't own a dog. I didn't own a dog when's the last time I had a dog? 1999 was the last time I had a dog. Okay? I haven't had a dog since then. I've had cats, but I haven't had any dogs. Okay? And my cats are not dangerous. My cats are fully vaccinated. My cats are well fed. My cats are well taken care of. I brush my cats whenever I can brush them. I feed them and take care of them properly. My cats would not be considered nuisance animals or dangerous animals by any stretch of the imagination. So this misrepresentation, because they're purposely not using common sense, is why I'm being forced to make these videos to try and defend myself. Now, I know you were angry about the Instagram thing, and I'm sorry about that. I posted that because somebody named Royce was defaming me, and I wanted to prove otherwise on the internet like he was. And I'm sorry I did that, and I did take them down after I thought about it. But what you have to do is you have to understand. The one set of photos I took down, I realized that I did that while I was angry. As I said, I didn't do it out of anger, I did it while I was angry. And I realized that was a really poor decision. The other photos of our conversations, which were conversations we had, and you know they were, and you know they'll be subpoenaed, I took them down because now I have physical copies of them, and I realized I'm not trying to prove anything to anyone, and I'm not trying to make you look foolish. Okay, that's not what I'm doing. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing by telling me that you're a bad person and that you told me to kill myself and all this other stuff. I know this, but it doesn't make me angry because I can only imagine. I know how frustrated I've been over the years trying to get you to say something to me. And I can only imagine how frustrated you've become, especially with all this nonsense they've pumped your head full of. Okay? But I had hoped that you would have the sense to give me the benefit of the doubt, knowing what kind of person I actually am. And you do know what kind of person I am. I'm not a psychopath. I'm not a criminal. Unfortunately, I might be related to one. And that's not my fault. You know, I've told you the truth. If you choose to believe something else subjectively, that's your choice. But the fact of the matter is, I'll never stop caring about you. I'm never coming down to Argentina without your permission. I promise you that. I won't come down without your permission. I do care about you. Okay? I think that you're being misled. And I think you need to take into consideration that I've never misled you. You might think right now that I've misled you, blah, 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 but in the long run, you're going to see who was right the whole time. And it's not him, it's me. I promise you that. Now, I might have been a little bit too persistent with you, but as soon as you told me the truth, even though it was interspersed with lies about our communication and whatnot, when you wanted to be left alone, I decided that perhaps you should be left alone, okay? But I'm being goaded into making more content that has you involved in it. And I'm sorry for that. But you do understand that you're important to me. And as for the moron that says that you're superior to me and I shouldn't seek to breed with a superior person, anybody with a brain knows that animals seek to breed up, not down. That's the truth. And you are nothing but breeding up. Okay? Now, no, I think that you have some faults. One of the biggest ones is you're believing things that are clearly not true and not taking into consideration my character. And you know my character. And I know your character. And I will never believe that you're a bad person. Ever. Okay? I know you're a good person. As I said, I know you're a pure, innocent, and godly person. I do know that. And they tried to make me think otherwise because of your actions. Well, your actions were muddled with bad information. And I understand that. It's like when I made that video saying you were a bad person because I had my mind muddled with bad information. I don't believe that you're a bad person, and I never will. There's nothing, until I have evidence to show me otherwise, there is nothing that can be said to me that will make me think you're a terrible person. And you have to understand, they're making fun of me and our interactions. They're actually making fun of you too, because you know that at one time we did care about each other. I might have cared a different way for you than you did for me, but you didn't clarify it clearly enough. And the facts are the facts. You know, there's nothing wrong with what we did. Also, you were not 19 when we met. I believe you were actually 21 and just turned 22 a little bit later. If you remember, I wished you a happy birthday a couple days earlier, and you told me, no. And you said, it's a bad luck, you know. That's a very bad accent I just did. But you chastised me for wishing you a happy birthday a little bit early because you said it was bad luck. Okay? I remember so much about our conversations because they mattered to me. And the one thing that fat ass said that is true, when he said that no matter what they say, it doesn't... The only thing that bothered me was JJ falsely accusing me of crap that they're making crap up, or they're reporting things that aren't true to defame me. The fact is, of course... Give me a second. You are the only person whose opinion has mattered to me for quite some time. So yes, when you called me Quasimodo, that did cut a little deep. But you know what, it didn't, because I also thought it was very adorable. Okay? It doesn't bother me. You can be as angry at me as you wish to be. It doesn't bother me. No matter what, I care about you. No matter what, this will be figured out in the end. And no matter what, you will know the truth. I promise you, you will know the truth, regardless of how this turns out for me. I didn't dedicate this much time to this nonsense to have you think I'm a horrible, rotten person. I didn't do that. And you can choose to think whatever you want, but I will do my damnedest to prove to you who I really am. And I am somebody that really did love you. And I do love you, and that's why I'm making this video. And you need to understand that. And after this video, I have to go back to making normal videos because I have a feeling all of my original viewers have left my channel. But, yeah, I just want you to take care of yourself and understand that, you know, I'm not the one lying to you. I'm not the one misrepresenting facts. I'm not doing any of these things. And the thing is, they're misrepresenting facts because I offered them evidence to the contrary. I showed them, you know, things like when our conversations, they didn't have to publicly say that these conversations happened. They could have just acknowledged, well, what do you know? He has evidence that these conversations happened, and shut up. If they wanted to give you my criminal record, they could have given you my criminal record and shut up. But because of their behavior, I am getting threatening phone calls. I've had all of my accounts hacked, including my bank account, which the password has been changed like 2 or 3 times. Okay? My YouTube account has been hacked. People have screwed around with the playlists and God knows what else. I'm being harassed with your likeness. I'm not making any of this up, and it will come out in the long run, and you will see who is right and who is the right person. Okay? You deserve somebody that really does care about you. Now, you might not want me, but I really do care about you, and I'm not going to force myself on you. I never was going to force myself on you. That's the truth. And you can think whatever you want, whatever these people think are making you think, or that whatever reason you believe this, I don't understand, but I will show you that I'm right, and I was right the whole time, and that I do care about you. And think about it this way. I've never turned on you. There was that one video I made when I was angry, and then I had to think, this is not accurate. This is the reason I'm behaving like this is because of inaccurate information. Eliana is not a bad person. And regardless of the fact that you told me to kill myself, I know you did that because you were acting on bad information. If they're mixing up my brother and mine, if they're mixing up our criminal records, God only knows the stuff that's on there. Okay? I don't know. I personally don't know. But I do know that it is definitely enough to make anyone think I'm a monster. But I'm not a monster. I'm just simply related to one. And that's all for this video.
It's very unfortunate that I have to keep making these videos. I'm trying to go back to original content. But I would like to make a video for someone that should care what I have to say. Okay? You know many things that we talked about. For example, you knew I was on government assistance. If you remember, we had a conversation. You wanted me to come down and get a job so I could live down there. And I said, I can't just come down, I'm on government assistance. And then I told you how much I made. And then you were so shocked and you said, I make as much money as 9 Argentinians. That's wonderful, or something to that nature. So you know a lot of things, and you know what we talked about. And you should be more careful what you say, because you have to understand, I do have a witness. I have more than one witness, I have several witnesses. But for our private conversations, I do have screenshots. And no, I'm not posting them because I don't really want to embarrass you, okay? But you seem to like to defame me and mischaracterize things. Now, another thing is, not defamation. Not defamation. That's not what Daywave is doing. Not defamation. When Royce flat out lied and said I was planning on going to Chile. Number one, I never said I was going to Chile. Not planning on going to Chile. I said I was going to the country that's the seat of the Incan, that was the seat of the Incan Empire, or where the Incan Empire reigned supreme. Now, you know very well that country, it's impossible, absolutely 100% impossible for me to walk across that border into Argentina without crossing into a third country. I won't say what country that is because, well, there's 2 possible countries, but I won't say what those countries are because I want to see Royce's head, smoke come out of his ears trying to think of it. But the fact of the matter is, you know darn well that I can't simply walk into Argentina from that country. Now, another thing is, you've been continually defaming me and lying about me, and you removed yourself as a human shield for Royce. You were the human shield for legal action against Royce. I hope you understand that. Now, if you remember from yesterday's show, Royce threw you under the bus. He threw you under the bus. He was afraid of, getting in trouble, so he tried to convince me that you're a terrible person. And this is the kind of person you're standing up for. Okay, this is not okay. Now, I do admit that there was a breakdown in communication, but clearly, you obviously were not clear with me from the beginning. You did want me to come down and live in Argentina, if you remember correctly. And after you knew I was on government assistance, we still communicated for well over a year and a half. Maybe even 2 years after you knew I was on government assistance. Okay? And I kept messing up and coming down. But you remember, yes, you knew I was on government assistance. And you were happy that I made as much money as 9 Argentinians. Do you remember that? Because I do. And that's not made up. Okay? I think, unfortunately, what you're doing is that you're using this to get attention. And the other thing is you're making light of the stalking situation. And I'm just
I'm putting this out there because I am concerned about you, even though all this is going on. You're making light of the stalking situation. You're claiming I was stalking you. I was not stalking you. And by the way, finding a girl that reads books on Goodreads when you read books is not stalking somebody. It's understanding that you and her share a similar interest called reading, and that, you know, and I'm putting this out there to the Daywave crew, you know, she and I share a similar interest. We both like reading a lot. That's what we do. We read a lot. And then we talk about what we read. And in fact, she's the one that turned me on to the concepts of La Raza Cosmica. That book that I really do take to heart. I think it's a wonderful book. Okay, and I think the ideas expressed in that book are excellent and will bring humanity to the next stage of human evolution. I really do believe that. And that was her idea for me to read that. It's called La Raza Cosmica by Jose Vasconcelos. And yeah, it's not abnormal to find a girl on Goodreads when you know they read books and they like reading books, and you're trying to reopen the lines of communication with that person. What is odd is when a radio show in, I don't know where the hell you guys are, that's right, Canada, La Florida, and Tennessee or something. It is odd when a radio show finds a guy like me in a social media thing like Goodreads and completely finds me all over the internet and harasses the hell out of me. That's a little odd. It's also a little odd when, I mean, you could say that perhaps Daywave Radio is cyber stalking me, and it's crossing over into real life with threatening phone calls, threatening emails, and besides that, you have given other people threatening phone calls against me. You have been doing nothing but this. Okay, so you're not only threatening me, and you're not only trying to intimidate me, you're trying to intimidate other people that you know are near me. And this is uncalled for. Now, the thing is, the stalking situation. I did not stalk you. Okay? Like I said, if I stalked you, I'd know things about you. I don't know anything about you. But as you can see in the videos that you're responding to, like this Tiberius guy and this Cody guy, yeah, it's probably it's fun and games. It's probably a joke. But it potentially isn't a joke. And you're unfortunately bringing a lot of attention to yourself that you don't need to be bringing to yourself. Now, I have very clearly stated in the majority of my videos that I am never going to see you if you don't want to see me. It's not of any interest to me to make you do something you don't want to do. I have clearly stated that probably thousands of times. Now, the thing is, and I've also never said we were in any sort of relationship. Ever. We had a friendship. I wanted a sexual relationship. I wanted to have children with you. I never said, well, you did say that you wanted children with me once, but not frequently. You only said, like, I know 2 times maybe you said you wanted to have children with me. But that's a wash, because I think you were saying that simply to keep the lines of communication open with me because you didn't want to lose me as somebody to talk to. And I understand that. I didn't necessarily understand that at the time, but I do understand that now. So the thing is, what I want to make very clear, I have never taken out of context the relationship we had, which was a friendship. And if you remember, whenever I talk to you about stuff like that, the more explicit stuff that you now find humorous when other people are talking about it, whenever I said that to you, I always said, whenever you got when I thought you were getting nervous or something, I always said, we don't ever have to do anything if you don't want to do anything. I would never do anything to make you do anything. I was always very, very considerate of the fact that I didn't think you were attracted to me in a sexual manner. And I'm still considerate of that. I don't care whether you're attracted to me or not. I'm your friend, and I want it to be your friend. But the way you've been talking about me lately, it doesn't seem like we're very good friends. Okay? And that's sad. That makes me sad. Okay? I'm glad that I hope you have some satisfaction in knowing that you're making me sad. Okay? But the fact of the matter is, I have never taken out of context our relationship, which was a straight friendship. You're taking out of context a lot of things. Okay? Royce is taking out of context a lot of things, especially considering I stated that I was going to... Now, where is the seat of the Incan Empire? You know this. because you used to be very proud about being Incan. Where is it? Peru. Peru. Okay, there, I gave it away. If Royce made it to the end of this video, he can put out the inevitable fire that has started in his brain trying to think what country I'm talking about. You cannot cross from Peru into Argentina on foot. Or if you do, it's going to take a lot of doing. And you have to enter one of two other countries. Never said I was going to Chile. Never said that. Never said I was crossing the border into Argentina. In fact, I said the exact opposite. I stated I would never go to Argentina. I will not be going to Argentina. Period. Now, the way you're portraying yourself here, it poses a lot of doubt on the fact that you're scared of me. You don't really seem all that scared of me when you're making light of the whole situation. Because if you were so afraid of me, you wouldn't be making light of the situation, would you? Okay? You wouldn't be making light of the situation. You would be taking this situation very seriously. If Royce was afraid of me like he claims to be afraid of me, saying he's so terrified that I'm walking around in society and blah, 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 he would not be making light of the situation. Would he? No, he wouldn't. You people would not be making videos to aggravate me on a daily basis. Plus, I have evidence of you after you denounced me. I have evidence of you immediately trying to aggravate me. Immediately trying to aggravate me in a live stream. Okay, and I have an eyewitness to that was there with me when it happened. And I also have, you have to remember this, in that video where you denounced me, you're immediately talking to me after you denounced me. You get it? So if you want that to count as your denunciation of me, well then why are you talking to me immediately afterwards? And I'm not threatening anyone. Don't think I'm threatening anyone. I'm sorry about the tone of my voice, but the way you've been mischaracterizing me is not very nice. Especially because I've been going out of my way not to tell the truth about you, to put your character in context. Which honestly, you didn't have a bad character when we were friends. But now you do. Now you do. You have a terrible character, it seems. But if you want to stand up for somebody like Royce Lopez, that just yesterday tried to throw you under the bus and blame you for any legal fault that may have taken place, then that's your fault. If you really think that he's worth putting your reputation, your life, well, not your life, but you know what I'm saying, your reputation, your financial well-being, I meant to say your financial well-being, but if you think that Royce Lopez is worth, well, and you are kind of putting your life on the line, because you're opening yourself up to all this unnecessary attention from people that are way, way crazier than I am. Way crazier than I am. You know, and the thing is, you knew I got government assistance. And this is the thing, I want to reassure you, I have never been a threat to you in any way, shape, or form. Okay? But how do you know these other people aren't? Okay? You have a guy in one of the comment sections, I have a screenshot of it, where he says he's a pervert that's stalking you, but not a dangerous pervert like me. Okay? I didn't open you up to this. There's always been perverts trying to look at you and everything else. I'm the only person that's been respectful of you. That's the truth. If you really stop and think, I'm the only person that's been respectful of you. I respected your boundaries. I respected your... The only thing is, I wanted some clarification. I wanted some clarification that you didn't give me, and you never told me any of those things about how everything's fake and all this. You wanted me to come down to Argentina. You were happy that I made as much money as 9 Argentinians and didn't do anything for it. So keep everything in context. Remember, I remember things too. I care about you. I do. But you need to put things into context, into proper context. And you need to stop defaming my character. And honestly, I don't want to do anything to you. But you need to stop trying to aggravate me. I'm trying to leave you alone. Please stop trying to aggravate me. I respect you. I care deeply for you. I think that we had one of the, and I have a couple witnesses that think that we had one of the better friendships of people that, talked like that. And we were far more than just, oh, we were friends on Facebook. You did want me to come down to Argentina. You encouraged me to come down there to live there, and you know that. And I will do everything I can to get these records subpoenaed, all of the Facebook account records, and all of our conversations. I think it's very unfair that you're mischaracterizing me in the way you are. I think that you're just ashamed that I'm such a loser. Well, at one time, this loser is the guy that gave you the emotional support you needed to make it through the day. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Okay? Because this is really, really wrong. It's very wrong how you're doing this. I don't give a crap about Daywave radio and all that. I'll probably do whatever I need to do to get my pound of flesh out of them, as far as financially speaking, monetarily speaking. They're just an annoyance. They're literally annoying pests, just like these trolls. They're a bunch of annoying pests that have done everything they can to harass me and intimidate me, but they can't because they're a bunch of dorky-ass computer nerds that play video games and think video games are real life. What we had, both of us at one time wanted to have in real life. We both wanted it in real life. Now, whether that was just a friendship, I think that on your side it was just a friendship and you were too afraid that I would stop talking to you if you told me that. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you thought that if you didn't, do certain things, I would stop talking to you, because I would have never stopped talking to you. I really care about you. It does aggravate me that for whatever reason, you talk to people like Royce. Okay, that does aggravate me, because they're not to your level. I am far closer to your level intellectually, physically, etc. We are obviously more compatible. Okay? But it doesn't matter. If you don't want to be compatible with me, we can't be compatible. And I'm not going to force myself to be with you. And you shouldn't force yourself to be with me. We've been through this. These are the conversations we used to have. You just don't care to remember anything now. Okay? And, it's not right that you're doing this to me. It really isn't. But if you really want to, say, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on, you're removing Royce's human shield. And my brother has already had to get money out of people for doing exactly what Daywave Radio did. So that's somebody that's already been through this. It's not like I don't know what I'm doing. It's not like he doesn't know what he's doing. They have no right to do this. And they'll go, oh, well, you doxed him. I said his name. Like you. They go, oh, well, you doxed her. I did not dox you. I said your name. Saying somebody's name, okay, so my LinkedIn. Oh, it has my address on there. That doesn't give people the unfettered right to hack all of my accounts, including my bank account. And be luckily they're stupid enough to actually email that to me. But obviously something happened. My bank's aware of it now. The federal government's aware of it now. Okay, and the public's aware of it now. And they're saying it's so weird that I found you on Goodreads. No, Goodreads is a social media site that you and I probably would get along on a lot better than Facebook. Because it's our shared mutual interest in the written word. And you know that. In fact, if I ever did meet you, which I'm obviously not going to, I would have loved to spend hours and hours and hours just reading with you. Sitting next to you, reading with you. You know the kind of person I really am, and I'm tired of you defaming me. It's not fair. It's not fair. Okay? That's the truth. It's not fair the way you're defaming me. You know who I am. You know the things we used to talk about. You know I have witnesses. Okay? So you can take that to the bank. I am concerned about your safety now but it's not my place to be concerned. But you're acting like a 16-year-old girl that wants attention. Okay? Think about what you're doing, drawing all this attention to you from these perverts. Okay? If that's your choice, that's your choice, but you can't call me a pervert when people are making things like this. You think these are jokes. They're slightly veiled as jokes. Trust me on that. Trust me on that. They're only thinly disguised as jokes. If like I told you years ago, when what you need to understand is Why am I sexually attracted to you? Because I'm a heterosexual. If a heterosexual man is not attracted to you, there's something wrong with them. Okay? That's the truth. If somebody is claiming to be a heterosexual and they're not sexually attracted to you, there is something wrong with the plumbing. Okay? I just never would take advantage of you. Ever. And I certainly never said any of these things. I never said I was going to go to Chile and illegally cross the border into Argentina. In fact, what I said is I will never come to Argentina. And I will certainly never come to Argentina without your permission. And in fact, if you remember, I started getting to the point where I was more interested in maybe bringing you up here or meeting you in another Latin American country, which was less strict with the COVID-19. Okay? But, I mean, the facts are the facts. You need to start being more honest, not only with the public, but with yourself. You should be more honest with yourself. I understand if you're ashamed that you talked to me, or if you're ashamed that you had feelings for me, or if you're ashamed that you were my friend. I get that. That's fine. You can feel any way you want to feel. That doesn't bother me. But the fact is, we were good friends. We did care about each other. And you are very, very greatly misrepresenting truths. Or misrepresenting facts, I should say, to make untruths. Okay? So, don't take our relationship out of context. I didn't take it out of context. I never said we were boyfriend and girlfriend. I never said we had a sexual relationship. In fact, I've actually repeatedly reiterated that I didn't think that you wanted to have a sexual relationship with me. Okay? And that didn't bother me. I didn't care. I just wanted to spend some good time with a good person. And I think it's very ridiculous that you're taking this far out of context and doing this to harm me as much as you are. Especially with the fact that I hope you're watching my videos, but you know what I think. Royce is the one that tried to throw you under the bus, tried to get me to pursue you legally. Because he's a coward. Do you think I would ever do that? Do you think I would ever throw you under the bus and try and tell people, oh, go after this poor young girl? And it's not a matter of whether you're doing better than him or not with the money thing. He has exploited this situation and made money off of you. You should be entitled. They claim to be all about capitalism. You should be entitled to a cut of that money. That's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous that they're not cutting you in on that. Okay? So, let yourself be taken advantage of. Let yourself be put out there to the public. Let people make these disgusting videos about you. Let people talk about you like you're just some kind of piece of meat, which is what they're doing. And the sad thing is I'm in another hemisphere, okay? But the truth is, how do you know the pervert, and believe me, there's a lot of perverts where you live, I know, because I looked up the crime records, but how do you know that some pervert that lives a block down the street from you isn't going to see you and then do something bad to you because of these idiots and the way they're portraying you? You don't know that. And your safety is a concern of mine, but you don't want me to be worried about your safety. You don't want me to be worried about you. So again, I'm trying to give up on you, but the constant aggravation and the constant defamation is a little too much. Okay, and I would recommend that if you want me to leave you alone, you need to learn to leave me alone. Okay? Let's be grown-ups about this. Unlike the people on Daywave radio, let's be grown-ups about this. So take care. I'm not angry at you, but it's getting to the point where you really need to reevaluate the situation, and if you want me to leave you alone and you want me to stop making content with your name in it, you need to stop making content with my name in it. I really do care about you. I do love you. No matter what, I love you. I can't make myself stop loving you. Okay, I can't, because despite the way you're acting now, I remember the way you were. Okay? And I've never mischaracterized our relationship. Ever. And I've never said that we're going to be together no matter what. I was going down there for the small chance that you might have a cup of coffee with me or something. And it's being blown out of context as I'm some kind of maniac. And that's just not fair. The reason I was so persistent with you is because you were worth the persistence. You were worth every second of the persistence. At least the you back then was. The you now, I sound like I'm talking Chinese. You now? Nah. The you that you are now is not worth my time. But I can't stop the way I feel about the you that you were then. So I'm going to have to stop making content with you in it, because I'm probably driving my viewers insane, but also because you need to understand that this is not fair, and if you want me to stop making content with your name in it, you need to stop making content with my name in it. And you really should take into consideration, there's links in the description, the consideration that Royce Lopez tried to throw you under the bus and make me pursue legal action after you because he's a cowardice, slimy piece of trash that has exploited this situation to make oodles of money and has made both of us look very stupid. And it's me right now, but who do you think is going to look stupid in the long run? Not me. Take care. I'm not going to say kiddo. Oh my God, I said kiddo. Just take care of yourself and understand that I really do care about you. I am concerned about your safety. These people are not good people. They're not good people. You see what they do to other people. Do you think that they're not going to do that to you? Do you really think that? Whatever. I would strongly recommend you consider everything you're saying and everything you're doing, and consider the fact that I do have a lot of evidence. I do have a lot of witnesses. And that this is really bullshit. It's really flat out bullshit. And you're trying to say I'm mischaracterizing everything. I've never mischaracterized anything. I never said you were my girlfriend. I never said that, we were going to have the sexy or anything like that. As I said a million times, that's what I wanted, but I fully respected the fact if you didn't want anything from me like that. I would have been content with having a cup of coffee with you for 15 minutes. Okay? And that might sound ridiculous, but that's the way I truly felt about you. I thought coming down to Argentina to spend 15 minutes with you was worth the money, worth my time, and worth, because I really did care about you. And I really wanted to see you. Okay? And it's a shame that you can't take into consideration the friendship that we had in the past, and that you can't realize that this is not serving any good purpose by continually, I'm sorry, I'm a little agitated, continually defaming me. And you're defaming me. And I'm doing everything I can to avoid defaming you. Or not even defaming you. I'm trying to avoid embarrassing you. I'm just trying to avoid embarrassing you. But if you want me to embarrass you like they're trying to do to me, you have to understand, I can live with embarrassment. I don't have anything to lose. I can be completely embarrassed. I don't care. I never did. I never cared about being embarrassed. It doesn't matter to me. The only thing that mattered to me when I wanted to be with you was you. And honestly, you took that away from me. So, what the hell? I don't care. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want to me. But the fact of the matter is, you can't expect me to leave your name out of my mouth if you keep putting it in your mouth and you keep defaming our friendship. You keep taking our friendship out of context. You keep trying to make me look like a maniac. Remember, you're the one that wanted me to move to Argentina. Before you told me that, I was just a miserable slob in the United States, and told this beautiful girl from Argentina, told me, why don't you come to Argentina? It'll be easy for you to find a job. They love Americans down here because they work so hard. And then on top of that, when I told you I couldn't do that because I'm on government assistance, and I told you how much, which I make more money than that now because it was adjusted for inflation. But when I told you how much money I made, you were ecstatic and said I make as much money as 9 Argentinians. You don't remember any of this. Somehow you have selective memory. Okay, I don't know why you have selective memory issues at this point. But what you need to understand is Royce is the one that tried to throw you under the bus yesterday. I didn't. I never would. I'm still trying not to embarrass you. So if you want to say bring it on, 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 bring it on. That's your choice. You're acting like a 16-year-old girl that's high on attention. And you need to dial it back a bit and take into consideration that we were friends that I'm trying to respect your wishes. I want to leave you alone. You can't expect me to not make content that contains you if you're making content that contains me. Do you understand? But I do want you to know I do care about you. I do think you're a good person. Somewhere down there, somewhere in you right now is the person I used to know. I know that. I just don't know where she is. And I know that I'm never going to have a chance to meet her. I'm never going to have a chance to hold her. I'm never going to have a chance to do anything with her. At all. Okay? And that's your choice. That's your choice. And I have to deal with that. But you know the friendship that we had, and you know how much we cared about each other. And if it was different on your side, it was different on your side, and I didn't know that, and I'm sorry. Anyway, have a good night, hon.
What's actually kind of funny is like these empty threats today that, all of the photos will be released that I sent her. Number one, I didn't really send her anything that bad. That's number one. Number two, I'm the dude that was actually saying that he was going to live stream his honeymoon. I'm not joking. I'm not embarrassed by anything like that. Okay? So, there's nothing on there that's actually, and I didn't send her anything that was that disgusting or anything like that. And if you get something like that, it's not mine. But even if it were, I'm not easily embarrassed by my body or by sexuality or anything like that. You're barking up the wrong tree if you think you can embarrass me like that. And furthermore, whatever, man. Like I said, I'm the guy that actually would have live streamed his honeymoon with, of course, with my my new spouse's permission. Something tells me that chick wouldn't have agreed to that. Anyway, I hope you appreciate the community tab you gave me. I hope you enjoy the wonderful, wonderful posts I've done and the polls and the evidence of people harassing me as Eliana and the proof that I was ready to give up on Eliana immediately as soon as she wanted to give up on me when somebody posed as her boyfriend and I said, yeah, I'll give up. And then that same person tried to get me to drop charges against Royce. And I hadn't even filed any charges yet. And, whatever. I was ready to give up on Eliana the second she said she was done with me and she didn't want to be with me. But you people had to milk this and milk this and milk this through your troll army and probably through you guys, because we all know nobody cares about Royce Lopez besides Royce Lopez and perhaps his colleagues that are entangled him, and that probably regret being entangled with him financially. But my point is, yeah, whatever. I mean, you have no idea how comfortable I am with my sexuality, with my body, with my parts. I'm probably the most comfortable person you'd know. I could go walk around naked outside. It wouldn't bother me. It might bother the neighbors, but it wouldn't bother me. So yeah, me making this video and making it public is probably a huge mistake. But what I need you to know, I saw your apology. Now, I didn't see it on their program. I saw it on a program called To the Slaughter by a gentleman that calls himself Learn to Code Live. He teaches coding live, of course, that's hence the name of the channel. But I saw your apology, and you were right when you did tell me to, you were very polite to me throughout our time together, talking and whatnot. And I understand that you were angry, and that's why I tried very hard not to overreact when you said the things that you said. Okay, now unfortunately I overreacted prior to that. I understand that I got you angry, and I did set that right in a comments and in the community tab. And I think that it needs to be set right publicly in a video. Okay, yes, technically speaking, what was said by my friend was, I will eat you with chocolate. That's what the screenshot does say. However, that is easily taken out of context. It was not what people think. I unfortunately took it out of context out of jealousy, and I'll explain that in a second to you, my dear.
Give me a second here. So what happened is my friend and I, who I hope is watching, we would joke continuously about her Andean heritage, her Incan heritage, her Incan ancestry. We would make jokes about cannibalism and human sacrifice and all sorts of things about the Inca. And this was not uncommon. So the comment, quote, "I will eat you with chocolate," actually referred to a cannibalism joke. It probably had other meanings too, but it was mostly a joke about cannibalism. It was not a sexualized joke. I sexualized it out of jealousy. Okay? And the reason I sexualized it out of jealousy, and I want you to understand this because I know you're watching. When you were going after me in the live stream explaining how much you loved that gentleman and blah, 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 of course I'm going to get jealous, and of course I'm going to say things I regret. That was the whole goal of the agitation. Okay? I fell for it too. Okay? I'm not immune to it either. I'm an idiot too. And I hope you did, and I'm a bigger idiot than you are. Okay? But I hope you did look at my community tab. I hope you did see the things that I was going through. And this has been for years, the harassment. And I'm not making it up. And yes, you are the woman of my dreams. And I don't believe that you are going out with anyone. In fact, I think the reason that it died down is you told them to, get lost. And I think you did the right thing. Okay? I think that's what happened. And I think you understand that I really am your friend. And I will stick up for you no matter what. Okay? And I want to let you know, I understand, you have to understand, you've given me chance after chance after chance after chance after chance to pursue a friendship with you. Okay? You have. You've given me, I don't even know how many chances, 15, 20, something like that. And I think it's because that you really did value our friendship. Number one, you valued our friendship. Number two, I think you did feel sorry for me. I do believe that. Okay? Yeah, I would continually make the mistake of trying to push a sexual dialogue with you. That's me. Okay? I admit my mistake. Okay? And I don't know if I could ever stop that. But I do know that out of everyone that I know of, you're safest with me. Besides your family, you're safest with me. I am absolutely no threat to you. I might say some stupid things, but I'm absolutely no threat to you. And I think that you know that, and I think you know how much I care about you. Okay? I'm sorry that this stuff got to where it got to. Okay? And I'm glad that I'm pretty sure that you know what's going on now. I wanted to wait until things died down a bit to make a public video and a public apology. And I'm sorry that you said the things that you said, because I know that it probably hurt your feelings to tell me the things that you told me. Like when you told me to kill myself and things like that because you were angry. I'm sure after you said it, I know that when I get angry and I say mean things to people that I didn't mean, I know that it makes me upset later. And I'm sure that it upset you to say those things after the fact. And I'm sorry that happened, okay? I do really care about you. I have tried to be so understanding during this situation, okay? And I have been, and I think that's why I'm making this apology video to you, okay? Look, I'm always going to be your friend. There's nothing that's going to make me stop being your friend. And you know how you said that I always left the door open in case you want me back? Now, mind you, as far as I know, we've never been together. So you can't really want me back if we've never been together. But what you also need to take in mind, of course I'm going to leave the door open for you as long as I'm single. Because I want to be with you. That's the truth. Now, I don't think you want to be with me, and I'm pretty sure you never wanted to be with me. I think that you just didn't know how to tell me that without hurting my feelings. And I understand that and I respect that. I think that you went out of your way over years to not hurt my feelings. And that you even, and I don't believe that you misled me or led me on. A lot of people are saying you led me on. I don't think you led me on. I think sometimes you reciprocated certain things because you thought that I would end our friendship if you didn't reciprocate certain things. And I don't think you were purposely leading me on. I think you just didn't want to end our friendship. Because, look, if you remember correctly, at one time our friendship actually did mean something to both of us. Okay? And, look, it is ultimately my fault that everything turned out the way it did. And, you know, people are saying I'm a narcissist, I'm a psychopath, I'm this, I'm that. You know the other end of it. You know, when people are basically inflating every negative aspect of me which is publicly seen, they're ignoring any positive things about my nature. You know the positive parts of my nature. You know the positive parts of me that I express to you. You know the negative parts of me that I have expressed to you. I have expressed both more positive and more negative things to you on a personal level. You know more about me than these people. You probably know more about me than my ex-girlfriend does, honestly, if you want to know the truth with how open I was with you. And that's the truth. So I take full responsibility for how this mess turned out, okay? But the one thing that I'm very happy that didn't happen, I never lost faith in you. I got angry a couple times. I had a couple freakouts that I'm not proud of, okay? And that was based off of jealousy. And it was based off of me lacking the insight that you were being misled. Although I kind of knew you were being misled, I didn't care because I was so angry and jealous at the time. And anger and jealousy is not something that looks good on me, okay? That's the truth. It doesn't look good on anyone. And I fully accept your apology. In fact, I feel bad because I know that probably hurt your feelings to even say those things. And I'm sorry that you said those. And I'm sorry that you said those out of anger because of the things I said. But we were both misled heavily. And we were both manipulated heavily. I wasn't as bad at being manipulated because I kind of knew what was going on because I've been dealing with it a lot longer than you. But yeah, we look like a couple of idiots, but we're not, okay? We're not the idiots here, okay? And we were easily taken advantage of because we were emotionally invested in the whole thing. And no, I'm sorry that I purposely took out of context that, you know, that comment that you made when we were joking about your Incan heritage and things like that, okay? Okay, and I didn't take out of context the whole roast beef thing when we were also joking about cannibalism and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, we've made a lot of jokes like that. We care a lot about it. We care a lot about one another. I think that goes without saying. Whether you're still angry at me or not, I don't know. Okay, and look, if we did become friends again where we were conversing again, I'd probably make the same stupid mistake and probably sexualize the dialogue all over again. It's me. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, you know me. And I regret that. There's something about me that I can't help myself when it comes to you. I always end up bringing that stuff up. But that doesn't mean that I would ever do anything with you that you didn't want done. As I've said a number of times, look, just because I want to do certain things with you doesn't mean I'm gonna do them. Okay, I respect you. And I'm never gonna find another girl like you. Ever. They don't exist. Like that's what was funny is the one idiot was saying that they're importing girls that look like you all the time. Number one, no, they're not importing too many girls that look like you. You look absolutely amazing. But number two, it's not what you look like. Number one, there's a couple aspects of you that don't come on your average Hispanic Latina model. Number one, you're 148 IQ. That costs extra. That doesn't come factory made usually. And number two, you are an extremely gentle, caring person. Okay? That doesn't come factory direct either. Okay? These are all things that you have to pay extra for. But with you, they come straight off the assembly line. You were made right to begin with. Okay? And that's the way I look at you. You are an extremely special person. And yeah, right now I'm looking for another Latina to do what I wanted to do with you. And I wouldn't have done that prior to meeting you. And when you say things about how I have issues with race and all that, not as much as I used to. You changed a lot of things about me by making arguments that made sense. I can't argue with somebody that makes sense. And for people to say that I fetishized Peronism or justicialism, I did not. I was presented with data that makes sense and that meshes with my own outlook far better than National Socialism. And I took that data and I said, this looks like something I like. But honestly, as you probably know, I consider myself to be a Teddy Roosevelt progressive, a Theodore Roosevelt progressive. I embrace new nationalism. I like justicialism, but justicialism, while it does fit the United States better than National Socialism, nothing quite fits the United States as well as Theodore Roosevelt-style progressivism. If I came to Argentina and became an Argentine citizen, which probably would never happen, I would embrace the more conservative strain of Peronism. Because if I was an Argentine citizen, I would embrace that which fits my nation the best. And that's what fits my nation the best, if that was to be the case. But in the United States, no, I believe it's Teddy Roosevelt-style progressivism and new nationalism. And yeah, that's about it. I don't fetishize anything about anything. And I didn't fetishize you. This is the thing, and I'm being 100% honest. I think you have a very childlike outlook on life, and I find it refreshing, and I find it really cute. And I think that you would be loads of fun to hang out with. I think that you have a very refreshing outlook on life that really makes me happy. It really makes me happy to see somebody with the outlook of life that you have. And I think that is part of what makes you so special. It's what makes you special to me. And yeah, despite all this crap, things happen. And this was one very minor transgression on your part. A very minor transgression. It only looks big because it was compounded by a number of third parties. But honestly, compared to the nonsense I've pulled over the years, this was nothing. So the reason I'm apologizing is you deserve my apology. Okay, you know how many chances you gave me at rekindling our friendship and reaffirming our friendship. And I squandered it every time, and if I was given another chance, I probably would screw it up again. Okay? Yeah, I do love you, as I think you're a very special person. I think you're better than anyone I've ever met, and you're better than me. And I'm sorry that you were put through what you were put through recently, and I didn't intend for that to happen with the videos I was making. I intended for those videos to hopefully get you to talk to me. And I didn't even, you have to understand, because of the harassment I was receiving in my emails and other places, and in the comment section of my videos from these trolls, I really did think that somebody in Argentina was going to, quote, F me up if I came down there and all this other stuff. I didn't know what you were going through. I really didn't. I really did think that you needed my help. And it sounds crazy, because I probably am a little bit crazy, but my intentions were pure with us. My intentions were to meet you, to further our friendship, to eventually have a relationship with you, and I did plan on marrying you, and I did say I would sign a prenuptial agreement. If you watch the videos that I made you, I did say I would sign a prenuptial agreement so I couldn't touch any of your money. I don't want your money. I only wanted your companionship. That was all I wanted. And everything got taken out of context. And in fact, I started watching the interviews with you, and you were told a lot of things that weren't true. I never, ever said you were after my money. And I want to be very clear, and I have said this, I think, in a video, and I think I've said this in the community tab also. There was a time when you were having a hard time in college, and I offered you, I think it was $150, 150 United States dollars. And I think I explained to you, I said, that's not even really a week's worth of groceries for me up here, so don't worry about it, just, take it. And you didn't want my money. You told me you didn't want my money, and you didn't take my money. If you remember that. And you told me that you didn't want my money because I was poor. And, and I'm not going to get into the other stuff, but you didn't want my money because I was poor, and you didn't want to take my money. And the other thing is that there's never been an exchange of money between the two of us. There's never been a talk about a green card between the two of us. The original plan was for me to move to Argentina, not for you to move up here. In fact, I don't even see why you would want to move up here. And I don't think you ever had any plans to move up here. And you certainly had no plans of using me for any type of green card situation or anything like that. In fact, you've never had any plans of using me, and I've never said you had any plans of using me. I do think that I gave you emotional support, and I may have mischaracterized that as you using me for emotional support, but I didn't mean that. I purposely gave you that emotional support because I thought you needed it, and you did need it. And I willingly gave you emotional support because I didn't think anybody else was. And I thought that you're a really sweet girl. At the time, I probably thought you were a really sweet kid. And I wanted to help you. And that's why I did some of the things that I did. Like, people make fun of how I heart reacted 10 years of your photos. If you remember what that was about, is you were feeling like you were ugly for some reason. I didn't know why, but you're certainly not ugly. And I wanted to make you feel good, and I did make you feel good. Remember? And I even said, I'm like, look, I'm sorry if this is creepy. I know it's a little weird, but I'm And you said it wasn't a problem, and you didn't find it creepy. Okay? And it did make you feel good. Okay? And that's the kind of things that I wanted to do with you. I wanted us to mutually support one another. I think that we both have a value system that goes beyond that which the average person has. Both you and I have a very unique value system where we put each other first and we put our families first. And look, I'm glad that your family is there for you. My family's not there for me. I put my family first my whole life, and look where it landed me. I used to have money. I used to be somebody, and now look at me. But I'm glad that your family is there for you and that you put your family first. And that's one of the reasons I think that you and I wanted what I knew I could have if I found somebody else that put me first and put themselves first and put our relationship first. And that's what I saw in you, is I saw somebody with the same unique value system that I had. And that's why you're so important to me. And that's why I always keep the door open. Okay? It's because I never wanted to lose you. And I did lose you. And yeah, it's probably because I just, for whatever reason, I could not accept the fact that you did not want me in that way. And I'm sorry. Because you gave me so many chances to reaffirm our friendship, to fix our friendship, and I screwed it up every time. And like I said, if you did give me another chance, I probably would screw it up again. But I do always consider us friends, and I do love you. I really do love you. And I think you know that. And that's all for this video. And when this video gets taken out of context, which it will, I hope you're watching the original video that I'm making you here. Okay? I hope you have the sense to watch my videos now, instead of watching what gets chopped up and all that. Because if you're not watching my videos, you're not hearing what I'm saying, you're hearing pieces of what I'm saying. Take care of yourself and know I love you. You are very important to me and you will always be very important to me. I love you a lot.